Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Friday edition of the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for, I'm going to repeat myself, Friday, October the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, so not quite as active this morning, for me anyway, in terms of looking at the pre-markets. There are some up. Some of these small ones, I see these support. What's the it's support crude petroleum and natural gas, and then the support. This was the support activities for oil and gas operations. So they are still alive. Some of them are very small. One of the ones I think we might want to watch today is the MDGS. Okay, it could be the runner for the day. I mean, it's already up 40%. Huge volume, 7.8 million. So it's almost traded the float double. Float is 4.1, so it's obviously going to probably trade the float 4, 5, 6 times today. The reason I think it could be a runner, well, a couple of reasons. It's through the 200-day, number one. Number two, if you look left on that weekly chart, there is a ton of room still for it to potentially go. 3, traders are always looking for the next day's runner, and this, I mean, I'm looking around, I can't see one that is as inexpensive with the sort of volume, the ratio of the volume to the float. I don't see another one like this one. So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to run, but definitely I think this one we can keep an eye on. And that's the MDGS. So big news in the tech world. AMD, which is down a little bit, excuse me, a little bit, bought a Xilinx XLNX. So pretty big premium here. This stock was 105 yesterday, 123. It has actually fallen off from 126, but anyway, that is the big news in the tech world this morning. And so the cannabis plays are still pretty strong. ACB is up still nicely, 11%, good volume. It's a big float. And the CGC and the Tilray, they are up. So maybe we will have a second day continuation. Here's another one that might be interesting also in terms of being a runner. It's a low float. No, it's actually not a low float, sorry. But GNMK, but I kind of like the gap. It has room looking left. I think what they've done is they have earnings on the 29th, and they've had a PR this morning with their preliminary results. And obviously the market likes what they're reading, up 11%, decent volume, and that's GNMK. Pixie, a cheap one. Bring it to your attention. Done a financing, down 25%, PIXY. Done a financing at $3, 4 million shares, excuse me, at $3. So it's underneath the financing price. Yeah, VVPR is, I saw this early. I don't think I have it on my list. I don't know why I didn't put it on my list, but anyway, yeah. VVPR is just ripping here. Another low float, so maybe this will be the one. This is over the highs of, excuse me, about 4 or 5 weeks ago. 26% on an acquisition of electric light vehicle company, Tembo ELV. That is the news for VVPR this morning. Oh. Guys, I've made a bit of a mistake here on a symbol list. Now I understand what happened. Okay. I'm going to have to put myself on mute for a bit here. I have to make a big correction. Just give me a moment. Okay, I'm back now. I made a mistake last night when I was doing my watch list, creating my watch list. Couldn't understand why in my watch list were all the same symbols from yesterday. So I have accidentally put my symbols that I created for my watch list last night into another symbol list, a shared one. Not to get too complicated, I'm not sure what we're going to get from my watch list today. I'm trying to make some corrections, but I'm not really sure what we're going to get from my watch list today. Ah. All right, let me keep going. JE. Now this is the one that did the 1 for 33 reverse split. Might have been last week. It is up. Lots of volume. ON. This is the one of the companies that was added to this fund. I guess this aggressive fund, and they added ON, and this is above yesterday's high now. ON. EXTR is a gap up. Is it? Yeah, it's starting to fade quite a bit though. 496.5. Well, actually, it's not that bad. It looks worse than it actually is. So the high was 5. It's down to 470 through the 200-day moving average. Not sure exactly why this is up. I cannot see any. Okay, there's the news after hours yesterday. Sees Q1 non-gap. So they're kind of, again, doing a little bit of a preliminary release. GE is up. GE is up. A bit of an endorsement from Goldman Sachs. They see a 50% upside. It's a big move for 8.7 billion in the float. That's a big move for GE. Of course, they've been in the news the last few days. INTZ is down on a financing. Don't know exactly what the financing price is. Okay, so it's been approved for trading of its common stock on NASDAQ. So I don't know the pricing of the follow-up public offering of 3.1 million shares at $8 a share. Okay. So I don't know if this means that it was a pink sheet stock yesterday. I don't really know. But anyway, it's trading on NASDAQ this morning with a financing at $8 a share, INTZ. And WWR doing a little bit of a recovery. Now, I read that press release. Still not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers with the big red dot. They won't even try to find shares for me. Read that press release. Okay, they've received 30 tons of graphite. 30 metric tons of graphite. So there's the press release for WWR, such as it is. See a little bit of news on TAC this morning regarding the virus. TAK really hasn't moved. And Avaya, keep an eye on Avaya, EAVYA. I don't think there's very much volume. There's no volume at all. But it had a nice day yesterday, and it may have a nice continuation day. It's had 2 great weeks. There's no volume yet. You have to obviously wait for the market to open. I don't think I mentioned this one. So this is so Sanchez, SNMP. So this is another one of these small ones, and it's got only 10 million in the float. So we saw a lot of these yesterday, like the MXC, the NAK. So a lot of these yesterday, these small ones that had great days. I mean, it still has room, guys, this SNMP. So I'd be definitely watching that one. Maybe this will be the runner. I mean, it's a low float. Yeah, actually I saw GameStop, but I thought it would, I mean, it had a great run after hours. Of course, the big deal they did with Microsoft yesterday. And I don't know how big a deal it is. It looks good on the surface, 10-year deal with Microsoft. Who knows how much money it's going to bring them, but that caused the stock to pop yesterday. It kept going after hours, but this morning, we're a little bit down. All right, let me take a look quickly to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Yeah, I know the short float is over 100%. All right, briefing.com. Actually, it looks like we have about an equal number of upgrades and downgrades. I'll get some of them in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. I see AMGN, it's an expensive one, I believe, though. AMGN, a couple of downgrades. Excuse me. Yeah, very expensive one. A couple of downgrades for Amgen. Well, you can trade using Brokers Plus on the pre-market. You have to go in limit orders, or you can't go into the market. Okay, you have to go in limit orders, pick a price. Like most brokers, you have to go in limit. You can't go in at market orders. See, NKLA had a bit of a press release also with their trucks. A little bit of a pop for NKLA. Morning reel. So again, if you wanted to trade this, and you can't go in market, you have to pick a price, okay, to go in at. You just can't go in at the market, even if the spread is, okay. All right, so MDGS is still holding here. Reasonably high hopes for this one. It all depends on how it opens. The only thing about it is that it did hit 250 pre-market and is dropping. I would have liked to have seen it stay in this area, and then the market opens and it pops. So guys, we created a new channel for you. I actually asked for this a couple of days ago. So there's a new channel, if you check in your channel bar, and I think you're going to have it. An EV related, created an EV related channel, okay? Electric vehicle. And again, if you want to follow, and I really don't know what's going to happen today. I really kind of screwed up creating my symbol list last night. But if you want to follow my watch list up and down, just click on new from the toolbar, channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Okay? Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. We will start getting alerts right here at 9:30. Just from new, from the toolbar, click on new, channel bar, and then here it is, EV related. Okay, new, channel bar. Yeah, and I'll be adding symbols to it. That's what happened last night. I mean, I was doing something in reverse. Added my watch list to that symbol list, and that symbol list to my watch list, so it all got messed up. Only noticed it this morning, but I think I have corrected that EV list. Yeah, go ahead. Ask a question. I'll see if I can answer you. Market's going to open, but that's okay. If I can't answer, I'll send you somewhere else if it's a tech question. But go ahead, ask a question. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. All right, so this is holding nicely, guys. This SNMP, it's holding nicely, very low float, 10 million, lots of room, of course. Yeah, so Muthu, that would require a custom formula. Yesterday's open would require a custom formula. Okay, if you know how to create one, it's going to be hard for me to help you right now because the market's just about to open. If you know how to create a custom formula, though, do you do? Okay, if you know how to create a custom formula, then this would be the formula. Just give me a moment here so I can find it for you. Okay, so here is there's the page where the custom formula is. And yesterday's open is open P. Okay, it's open P. So if you know how to create it, then obviously what you want to do is just put something like price greater than open P, and then in the min put 1, so that's a true statement. Does that make sense? And Paul, this is the link for the other room, for the main room right here that you see. So, well, I put this link. You can't see my screen, but if you click on that link, those are all the data points are. And then as far as scanning for stocks that are going up today, well, I mean that's just a matter of putting the change from the close is positive, and then if you use the formula price greater than yesterday's open, then it'll be a greater than yesterday's open plus going up today. All right, makes sense? Great, okay. All right, guys, what else do I have here? But the gambling stocks would be a little bit weak today. I noticed some news out of Macau, but they don't appear to be that weak. Yeah, this CRDF is certainly interesting. I mean, it's not that much volume. Well, not bad. It's up 3%. It's a low float. I mean, that's the big deal in this one. 20 million in the float. CRDF. Again, it got jump started right here. I believe that was its big day. Excuse me, with the news it had, and it's just been tremendous since. A few little hiccups here, but overall, it's been really, really good. And we're talking about the CRDF. Okay, now what is that MDGS doing? I mean, it may not do anything. Again, what's that news? They've got 51% of a couple of companies on Amazon Marketplace. So that is the news of the day for it. Well, that's because I'm assuming anyway, you're talking about a top list, right? So right click, time frame, and click on live always. I think you're stuck on live during market hours. Okay, so I'm assuming you're talking about a top list. Okay, guys, the market's going to open in 30 seconds. Let's have a great end to this trading week. Okay, Jeff, makes sense? You're talking about a top list window? And if it never updates when the market opens, then I don't know how to help you. I might have to send you to tech. But typically, if you're talking about a top list window, right click, time frame, live always. Unless you've, accidentally clicked on use historical. All right, guys, the market is going to open. Well, it's open. All right, PGEN. PGEN, it's on my watch list. It has some room to the 6th level. Of course, waiting for it to, I don't usually trade the first 15 minutes. Let the market kind of settle down a bit. Oh boy. Here's for me, it seems like I've held this for years. IPOB is, wow, look at the volume, good volume too. Challenging the 20 level now. I know. This is my swing. I mean, at 15.20 from, seems like, what, a couple of weeks ago now. All right, so no go on the GNMK. That is giving it up a lot right now. Did not even come close to holding the pre-market. Wow, IPOB. I mean, just retire. Okay, well, MDGS is kind of holding. It worrisome that the high in the pre-market was 250. Okay, down goes cannabis. CGC. Ah, okay, I was wondering why it wasn't showing up anywhere for me. It's the price, I guess, $34. I forgot to mention this one. So the GRWG, this is a cannabis play. It is still very hot. Look at the volume coming in. GRWG. Keep an eye in SIG, guys, for a potential swing. I mean, look at the room it's got. It's had a great third week. Still has room, the 29 level. Look at that weekly chart. Potential swing trade for those of you who like to swing trade. There's no volume yet, but I'm sure it'll pick up somewhat. But it's just had a nice couple of days now. SNMP, guys, SNMP. It's at the high. Low float, 10 million in the float. And unfortunately, it just got halted. I was going to almost break my rule. All right, I'll pass this on to him. Seems to be the only one. He might ask you what browser you're using. I mean, it's possible. I don't know what browser you're using, Grumpy. All right, I sent him a message. Our guy says, keep an eye on SNMP. I mean, well, what am I saying? It's halted, unfortunately. I was going to actually break my rule and take a little bit of this. Okay, so the market is, so it's up a little, well, not a little bit, it's up, but nothing is happening in that first 15 minutes so far. I really wish this had been shortable at IB. I looked at that press release and said, what? But anyway, it's still up, WWR, but it's just absolutely a big red dot, not shortable for me. There's Bausch now on the way down, BHC. Well, plug is a little bit of a move here. It's still below yesterday's high of 19 or so. Yeah, it doesn't seem very dynamic though, MDGS. I mean, if this were really going to rip, in my opinion, this should have been moving now and challenging that pre-market high. I have a price alert set up there. If it takes it out later, great. If not, just don't worry about it. Well, this one from yesterday, CYTK continues its descent here. Look, it had a terrible day yesterday, and it's a continuation now. Yeah, there's a low of yesterday. It was 1521. All right, VVPR after that little pullback. All right, SNMP is unhalted. And again, I was going to break my rule. I wanted to get some right around this 135 mark. Yeah, I asked them, Tony. I asked them for that, boy, only 2 days ago, and they created it for me. I only see news from 06 from the 6th of October. I don't see any new news for Sanchez. So I don't see anything specifically today. Wow. INTZ. So this is, again, I don't know if this is its first day on NASDAQ. Maybe, I don't know if it was a pink sheet stock before. They did a financing at $8. Look at this lift. INTZ. I mean, it's still down, but look at the lift off 8. INTZ. I mentioned PGEN. There was no volume at the very beginning, but PGEN on the move. Now the only issue might be the next high looking left on the weekly is 539. And JMIA continues, guys, continues after a great day yesterday. All right, this is still moving here. This cannabis play, GRWG. What a great, great move this week, getting rid of all of this. And now we're going to start challenging that week high, $23. All right, so I bet CGC looks like this also. So a bit of a bounce now. Let me take a look at CGC. Yeah, so opening candle down, recovering, and continuing. Again, I may be wrong. I mean, maybe this is going to be the week and the weeks to come that the cannabis plays start gaining some traction and maintaining. I mean, that's a big thing. All right, guys, JMIA is right back up. Longer it holds 11, the better this is going to be. Say, we'll start getting some alerts no earlier than 9:45 in these two windows. Yeah, this one got halted on the way down. But I'm going to put an alert up here. I mean, there's just still so much room for this one. SNMP, just look at this weekly chart. There's still, room to, that 2 level. JMIA, guys. Okay, so this one from yesterday. All right, this one is interesting. It's now above yesterday's high. Had a fantastic day yesterday. Didn't really sell off much. ATEC. Well, some good rippage. I mean, what did it get down to? 1754. So it's tacked on $1 from the low right there for CGC. Definitely keep an eye on ATEC, guys. ATEC. Okay, so JMIA is whippy now. ATEC on the move, guys. ATEC on the move. ATEC, guys. This one I did take. I'm not in the JMI yet. I'm still waiting on this one. I was almost going to get in right there, but then it had a quick drop. So I'm just wanting to see how well it holds 11. I'd probably get in around 11.23 if it pops up there again. Now ATEC for me though, I know Real says don't worry about the whole numbers. 10's a big one though. Here was the alert at 969. I did not get in at 969. I'm in right at that candle here. $98, $90, $99, $10. There's your bid ask. All right, guys, I just taken some out. Took some out at 96. 96, in case it cannot break through 10. All right, wow, JMIA is right back up. Lots of action, lots of action. Didn't get it yet, JMIA. Quickly get these things in. JMIA is so kind of a little bit frothy still. There's a big bottoming to him. That's right down to 1086 and up to 1132. And that's pretty. Those are big percentages. I'm just going to try to will ATEC through 10. Boy, look at this INTZ. Not a good spread, 953, 969, not a good spread at all. Yeah, that's a discrepancy. There's no question about that. I don't know why. Wow. When do I sell, guys? IPOB on a tear now. I'm in it. 15.10. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm definitely interested in this one, but I mean, it's, yeah, no love yet at all for this one, unless it's just not a, they call it the sexy enough sector. I don't know. I have no doubt at some point that this will move, but it's just not its time. I should read up more on this guy who controls all these IPO A to Z. Okay, guys, thank you, Fred. I've been watching this for a few days now. So Meso, maybe Meso, MESO. You know, I've been watching this just hovering around this 12 level after the big down day. It did have a pop this next day, but the last few days it's just been hovering around 12. Maybe today, what's the volume like? The volume isn't great though, so there's not a lot of enthusiasm right now. Yeah, I'm all out of the ATEC. Just real struggle to get through. I mean, 10, I know maybe I shouldn't focus too much on whole numbers, but I mean, 10 is just a really tough psychological number to get through. All right, well, let's see. I'll stick an alert for later on, see if it does take it out later on. All right, SPCB Supercom. Now, what do they do? Just one of those, oh, software publisher. Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't have the stomach for this at the beginning. I mean, again, dropped all the way down to 11, back up to 1142. JMIA, excuse me, JMIA. All right, so it's a fairly low, excuse me, a fairly low float. Just one moment, please. Oh man, I mentioned this one, PGEN, even before the market opened. This was on my watch list. Well, there it is. Um, and now 539, so it's right at the high of 3 weeks ago. PGN, if it can crack that. Meanwhile, GME is just tanking here. PGEN, guys, just the volume was so light right at the very beginning, but this was on my watch list, and it's, of course, it's triggering now. I'm a little surprised it didn't trigger a little bit earlier. And now we have so VVPR is halted on the way down. I mean, this one has room. I mean, it has room to about 620 or so. Look at that weekly chart. I'm talking about the PGEN. If there's any news for it. Let's see any specific news for SPCB. How's GE doing on their Goldman upgrade? Nothing. All right, MVIS 283. You know, something's gone wrong. I don't know. Oh, is it the count? Just let me see here. Yeah, something's a little wacky with my watch list, guys. This MVIS, you know, it could have triggered right back here around 227. Ah, no, I know what's happened. Okay. Okay, it is working the way it's supposed to. Had to make a new high, and unfortunately one of the candles was right up here. One of the second 5-minute candle was up here, so I had to take that high out. It is a big, it is a big float for a $2 stock. All right, ATEC right back up. I mean, if this takes out 10.05, that might induce me to get back into it. 10 o'clock, JKS, okay. And you know what, Chris? I apologize. I forgot to kudo you, and I forgot to kudo Real for his, can't remember the short from yesterday, but Dan. Zach, how can you short it at 10 o'clock when we know it's going to go up? I didn't see it, Kaiser, sorry. So much happens right on the market open. On the market open. JE, guys. A little guy did the reverse split, 1 for 33 a while back. Maybe a couple of weeks ago. Lots of volume coming in now. So here's the new float, 2.5 million. Okay, so we have our first, way out of my price range, the first AI alert today. Well, JE is ramping now, guys. JE, there's the pre-market high of 724. Okay, so a little cannabis play, right? IGC is a little cannabis play. I mean, obviously it looks good on the weekly chart. It's got some room. As long as cannabis remains hot. The other one, BBI, is that another one? Okay, so this is even though it's in even though it's in Boulder, it is not a cannabis play. Yeah, I mean, another one, I mean, it's curling off that weekly chart. I mean, it's got lots of room if it wants to keep moving. I don't know this I don't know this one very well. Never not heard about it. Well, yeah, Spartan. So this is the one that Real was mentioning. Maybe a potential fade. Not yet. It looks like it's getting into some resistance right around here, 2180 or so. Wow, look at these bottoming tails for CELH. Sellers have been trying to knock it down. The buyers are trying to maintain a level here. CELH. Yeah, I know. I see it. I mean, it looks like it's trying to come into some resistance right around here for SPTN. Wow, this JE is just so it just took out the pre-market high. JE just took out the pre-market high. Okay, just checking some of the ones on my watch list now. Again, remember now it's a watch list. You can watch them all day. Setups during the day. Okay, VEDL on the way down. It's had three bad days. This is the third day. Right at the 200-day moving average, 616. All right, so just the one trade so far in the ATEC. I'm out of it now. I just want to see if you can take out 10 later on. Well, this is almost at an all-time high now. NIU, there's the all-time high, I believe, 25.88. So it's only what 26 cents away from an all-time high. Not shortable. So obviously it's shortable at Fidelity. It's not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Speaking about JE. Guys, if you're wondering why it looks like this, why it looks like there's this huge gap, this is the split adjusted price. So I mean, it had a reverse split, one for 33 a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, a little bit of a couple of red bars now, narrow bodies, but definitely little red bars for the SPY. Chart buying and selling is not working in B plus using the buy buttons. I haven't tried that for so long. So you still have to designate one of them as your. Okay, what is happening here? ATEC, guys. You still have to designate one of your strategies as the long strategy to use, right? Okay, so let me. Okay, so I do see a line on here. And it did seem to take it. I designated 100 chairs at last, and it took it. Okay, this was one of the high flyers from yesterday. Yeah, so I don't know, Dreamer. I maybe just reload or something because it definitely worked. Wow, guys, look at JMIA now. Wow. So far the watch list, JMIA at 11:30. I mean, it's a little bit whippy and all, but if you could hold on, 11:73 now. This one I'm super interested in. If it gets over 10 again, not just 10:01. Give me 10:08, 10:10 bid ask, and I think that I'll probably get back into ATEC. But PGen, I'm going to stick an alert back up here for PGen. And the MVIS 283, yeah, just it is a big float, so I don't see any specific news on it other than raised to buy it, some analysts, but I don't think they had too much clout. Oh, I wish there had been shorts for this one, WWR. I mean, read the press release, guys. Oh, I'm just watching, see if it can take out 22 IPOB. Well, remember this chart, guys, and maybe, just maybe, sometime in the future, IPOC can do the same type of thing. I mean, it's just not wanting to move at all. It's either not trading anymore under skies. Yeah, it's halted at 359 yesterday. It says reason not available. So it's just halted. So that's the reason. Trade halt, reason not available. Thank you, Real. SPTN. Okay, PGEN is right back up. Yesterday's risers list. Well, it definitely had a good day yesterday, yes. NOG, yes, if that's what you mean. All right, guys, I just cannot help myself. I have, okay, where am I going to do it? All right, I had taken some more of my swing, 2235, 2235 from 1510. Boy, does that sound nice for the IPOB. Hold on some more just in case it hits 100. Oh, what did I just, I didn't, well, okay, I took a Spartan short from Real, SPTN, but I just sold some of my swing, IPOB. Just give me a second here, guys. I'm just having a bit of a issue. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so 2148. I just had to, 2148 is when I'm in this one. On the short, 2148 for the SPTN, thanks to Real. He mentioned this one just as the market opened as a potential short. It kept running and running and running, and which obviously can give us a better if it really wants to drop. And then he just mentioned it, I don't know, 5 minutes ago to watch. Meanwhile, PGEN on the move a little bit here. Okay, so Samuel, you have to log in. It sounds like you're logging into demo mode. Okay. Um, where is even the login? Yeah, I see. Well, I can't really show you. Well, like you see, I think you're logging into demo mode. You have a username and a password area, and the username and password is case sensitive. I think you're trying to log into demo mode. So there are two boxes. If the situation persists, if you're absolutely convinced that you were logging in correctly with a username and password, which are both case sensitive, then I'll give you the homepage link and you can start a discussion in which they can take a look at your account, okay? But typically, if if it says delay data, it means you've logged into demo mode. Is Holly up in the background? What do you mean by that exactly, Amy? Do you mean I don't display it, if that's what you mean? Congratulations, Jimmy. Did it work? You took your first short, but did it work? And the voodoo magic is still alive. Look at the JKS after 10 o'clock. Yeah, I don't display it, Amy, because it's not fair for those who pay for the premium service if I'm going to display the AI all day long. Nothing really shaking again today. Yesterday was a blah day. Today, only one alert. Out of the price range I like to trade. See, real, I didn't let that whole number scare me. Or SPTN here. Okay, I mentioned now look at CYTK, guys. It's getting very close, very, very close to yesterday's low, 1510. Yeah, that's the old NVS, you mean, not AVS, NVS. Yeah, all you have to do, and it's not quite 10:30, but all you have to do just to make sure, Amy, is from the toolbar, click on New, and then the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, then you'll see the trades as they come in during the day. Okay, and that's all you have to do. Just wait for the trades to happen all day long. You can incorporate that window as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every morning. You just incorporate it as part of your layout. No, I can show it. I don't mind showing it because it's not really done anything. But yeah, just take that window and then save it as part of your layout so you'll see it every morning. Yeah, there will be no trades. There will be no alerts. I shouldn't even call them trades, okay? I use it as a watch list. That's all I use it as. But nothing will happen in that window, the AI window, until at least 9:35. Okay? The first trade today, or alert today, was at 10 o'clock. All I'm saying is that you will not see anything until at least 9:35. But all I'm saying is that take this, when you have this window loaded, just incorporate it as part of your layout. You don't have to load it every morning, so you might forget. Just incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. All right, guys. Well, obviously I'm out of the, so that whole number kind of held real in this particular case, so quite as much as I wanted out of that, but that's okay. Yeah, there's the link, Samuel. Okay, there's the link for the home desk. Excuse me, the home page. You can start a live chat. Make sure you, when you talk to them, make sure you, excuse me, give them the email address that you have used to sign up for Trade Ideas, so they can look up your account. It may even be something to do with you haven't completed the exchange agreements or something like that. Man, CYTK now is well. We don't have we have a news tab, Amy. I mean, it's not like breaking news necessarily. It's not like one of the ones that charge $100, $200 a month. But we do have a news tab, so you can quickly see. I mean, if there's any, I use it mainly in the pre-market. 2148, and I got out at 2110. Okay, you have to know the symbol, Lenny. I mean, you have to know the symbol. You can't look up a name. So, but if you know the symbol, then you can just type the symbol in the single stock window or in a chart. Just left click the chart and just start typing, and you'll see the change symbol pops up. Well, we're going to shake that rust off you, Rusty. Welcome, yes, to the room. No, no, we don't have a pop-up news. No, not like that. I mean, you can. I mean, obviously, what you can do is you can duplicate the window and have the news feed up all the time. So every time you click on an alert, you will see the latest headlines for that. Okay, but no, if you're talking about like a pop-up on news happening on a specific stock, no. So I'm out of the SPTN short, okay? I'm out of it. I shorted at 2148 right after Real mentioned it, and covered at 2110. Okay, ATEC is looking interesting again. Penny stock, what do you mean by penny stock exactly? If you're talking about, like, give me an example. Okay, well, like JE. JE is I would have classified that as maybe a penny stock. I mean, it just, there's SPCB earlier on today, SPCB. I mean, I can't show any unless they appear. Yeah, you could look it up, Amy. I mean, the VWAP is a nice indicator. It's basically, it stands for volume weighted average price. That's where a lot of the action is, in terms of volume and price. So that's why, it can be a pretty key indicator. I glance at it. What specific filter? Not to have the watch list repeat versus a repeating watch list. Okay, it's not a filter, it's just an option. So you see it says no repeat. So if I right click on properties, And you see, don't repeat. So I don't repeat, I check that. And then I have options for the time frame. So I in this particular case, I check for a day. That's why I only see the stock one time in this window. So it's an option. Well, the VWAP is not telling anything. The VWAP is just a number. Okay, it's not telling. It's just telling how far. If a stock is at the high of the day, you just check to see where the VWAP is. I mean, a lot of people might think the stock can retreat to it, and that could be support. I mean, it's just a number. I mean, it's like saying, what is the 200-day moving average telling you? It's a number. It's an area on the chart. As a stock starts approaching that 200-day, it could stall it, or if it's coming down to it, it could prove as support. I wouldn't. To me, the VWAP is more useful as a stock approaches it. Not so much if you're seeing, well, there's a stock at the high of the day, and here's the VWAP right down there. To me, that means nothing. But if the stock starts to drop, a lot of people would look at that as potential support. If the stock keeps dropping down towards it. You're right. It is 10:30. Lots and lots and lots of activity. All right, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen, and I'm live on the mic. And this SPY is just flattened right out. Boy, GME is ripping here now. After the initial drop here. Okay, guys. Well, I almost got into the ATEC and then it just dropped. So I'm going to stick that alert here again. All right. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can access them from the Scans tab. Here they all are. Or, excuse me, if you'd like, maybe sometimes it's a little bit easier if you click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download, that'll go to a Word document. All the scans will be there. If you see something you like, you just have to copy the link. And then from our toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud, and the link should appear there, and then just load it. Oh, Amy, I don't have all these scans up and running. These are just scans that I've created, okay? And I put them out there. I don't have I don't have them all up and running. It'd be crazy. Too many. But you see, some people might like to see down big yesterday, reversing today. Okay, up big. I mean, I just create a lot of scans. People can kind of pick and choose what they might like to see. That's why I don't create a big layout with all these scans in. It'd be crazy to do that. You'd never get anything done. All right, so Amy, in the YouTube feed, you should have seen, when you logged in, you should have seen something like something that looked like this, a lot of links. I'm not sure where you see them in your YouTube feed, but you should see a lot of links like this. And then all you have to do is just, copy the link, as I've done. I just highlight it, Control-C, and copy it. And then might be easier if you come into the trading room. It's a lot easier for me to hand out links and all. There's the link for the room. Boy, JE, guys, is just on a rippage here now. I mean, that to me was a penny stock. was a penny stock a couple of weeks ago when it was 33 cents. Did a reverse split, or even less, 12 cents. Did a one for 33. So I've got three 32-inch monitors, 4K monitors. Okay. So let me talk a little bit about subscriptions. All right, so I've got the links in here. If you click on my homepage, Barry's homepage right there, the link right there, you'll be taken to this page. And here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Excuse me. Okay, we have 4 plans. So we have a premium standard and, a premium annual and a standard annual. $22.68 a year minus the 15% for premium, and $10.68 a year minus the 15% for our standard. So the big difference is the AI. That is why people take the premium. They want to have access to the AI. There are some other differences, but I mean that's the main reason for taking the premium service. Look at JE. Wow. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can just choose a monthly plan. Standard monthly is $118 less the 15%. And the premium is $228 less the 15%. And again, I'm getting very distracted by this run-up of JE. Wow. And again, that discount's only good for the first month, but if you decide that you'd like to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so, and we'll honor that 15% promo code. On my website, or on my homepage, you'll also see the trade of the week. You can sign up for it. That gets delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap of what's happened in the trading room. You can sign up for it right here. A lot of training is in this link right here, the webinars, the 20 lessons in 20 days. If you are new to Trade Ideas, I know you're supposed to get an email outlining this, but you may not pay that much attention to it. But I would on this one. I know we send out a lot of emails. But the 20 short lessons. So this basically goes over all the, I would call the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list, build a top list, what is an alert window, etc., etc. So if you are new to Trade Ideas, I would absolutely, these are not videos, it's just all text-based. You can I think you can go through them pretty quickly. You don't have to take 20 days. And if you don't have a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can at least see some of the basic features that we have to offer. Okay? On my link also, my homepage link, daily support session. So between 12 and 1, I monitor the YouTube feed between 9 and noon, and then between noon and 1, one of the other traders takes over, and then I resume from 1 to 3. You can sign up for it right there. Of course, there's the room, the free trading room. All the daily webinars, you can sign up for them right here. They are from Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all archived. More educational videos right here. Trading books and documents. So again, on my website, my homepage, lots of good information, I think. Yeah, difficult to answer a question like that, Amy. How accurate is Holly? Holly is used by different people in different ways. Okay, I use it in. I'm a firm believer that if you're going to use the AI effectively right now, anyway, You know, it's man and machine. So the machine is alerting you to the possibilities, to the potentials. If you get into a trade, I would be managing the exits on your own. So that's why it's difficult. I don't understand. I don't know how to answer a question. How accurate is it? Okay, I do want to talk about the AI right now. So this is what the AI goes through every evening. The AI waits for the market to close and then runs through an optimization routine for 50 of what we call our baseline strategies. So that's what happened last night. Today we were presented with the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut meaning a proper win percentage and profit factor combination. So out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. To see you have to have our premium service to see the AI alerts. This is what I would do. I would, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. You'll see an entry price, and you'll see a stop. Up to you to manage the trade. And again, as I was talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, you can incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to load the window every morning. Okay, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So this is the Brokerage Plus window. Only available from the downloadable application, not available with our web-based version. Click on New, Brokerage Plus. And guys, I've seen a prototype of our toolbar. Finally, we're going to have it up here. We'll have you'll be able to click on SIM or connect to a live account. I'm waiting for that for a long, long, long time. You know, we've essentially buried one of our biggest features, you know, down here. But anyway, I digress. So Brokerage Plus, this is your window. You can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways right now. And I'm going to just put in the link. Okay, I have just put in the Brokerage Plus intro link. It is a 27-minute long video. And why I'm putting that link in, if you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your account, right now you need an Interactive Brokers account to do that. You would connect to Interactive Brokers. And that video tells you everything you really have to know to do that. You can create things like one-click trading. You know, you can set up your own trading and shorting parameters. You see something you like, just pick how you want to trade it. It's done. Okay, but all that is covered in the Brokerage Plus intro. The other way to use it is as a simulated trader, paper trader. All right, if you're new to the market, please practice trading first before you commit your hard-earned money to the market. So simple to do. You have your Brokerage Plus window loaded, and then you just check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. Okay, so it's very, very simple. You just click on an alert. This symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. Boy, this market is just doing zip. Okay, so let me just show you how you can do this. I'm going to get out of this trade. That was just to demonstrate. You've seen the buy button on the chart. A little disappointed in the ATEC. I really was hoping that once it hit 1010, it would start to rip, but I do have my alert set up here, so maybe later on. Oh yeah, it works. Interactive Broker. Yeah, anywhere in the world, if you can, sign up with Interactive Brokers. Absolutely. I'm a Canadian, so yes, it works. Well, it's all. I mean, listen, it's all U.S. I mean, this is what I've done. I created a U.S. dollar account within Interactive Broker, so I'm not messing around with exchange rates all day long. Yeah, okay, so Amy, just click on New from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And if you don't see it, if it doesn't say all, it's because for whatever reason you're not on the later version of Trade Ideas. Just make sure that you go down to segments and check all then. The latest versions of Trade Ideas though has this as the default, showing all. Used to only have Holy Grail. So that might be the reason if you only see one. So make sure again, right click. But I would use a more recent version of Trade Ideas. All right, so again, I just want to demonstrate how you can take a trade. Let's take SunPower. Okay, let's take SunPower. I mean, just demonstrating how you can do it. The spread is okay. Let's take a couple of hundred shares, go in at the market. I'm going to buy it at the market. The spread was only a penny, so that's fine. And so it took the trade at 17.50. Now, we always preach this, always have a stop. So I'm going to put a stop here, say at 17.30, but you always have to have your stop ahead of time. It's not sort of a guess. It's not, well, I'm going to risk 10 cents a trade, things like that. It has to be based something on the chart. So I'll use this, 1729. So I just right click, add the stop order, 1729. I've added it and it'll appear right on the chart. See, it appears right on the chart. So if I let this trade, if I let the stock go down to 1729 and I don't do anything, it'll take me out for a $41 loss. I can put a target if I want. Let's put a target of 18. And you can see right there on this chart, if the price goes up to 18, it'll take me out, and I don't do anything, it'll take me out for a $101 gain. Now these lines can be moved right on the chart. You can move them anywhere you want. So as an example, the trade starts working well. You can use this like a trailing stop. Just keep moving it up to areas on the chart that if it broke down through what you might consider a support area, then you would get out of the trade. Same thing with the target. I mean, if the trade is really working well, you can move your target up. Or if it's stalling just below where you'd want to get out, you can move it down and it'll take you out of the trade. Now that's the way to do it on the chart. You don't have to do that. I personally would probably do this. First of all, if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten. That gets me out of any trade. Whether you're short or long, you just flatten it out. I could get out a half or I could double. Okay, these are hotkeys. Here I can pick if I wanted to trade 50 shares of it. I would just pick, and I would pick the price and I would sell it. Okay, so very, very, very simple to use. Well, if you want to trade in Canadian dollars, you can go ahead. It'll be just converted every day, I guess. I mean, you don't have to create a US dollar account. I just think it's a lot easier not having to worry about the exchange rate every day. But I mean, it's up to you. Certainly not an investment advisor in that regard. All right, so let's see. Well, this one, ACRS, ripping here. Boy, CYTK now is at yesterday, just below yesterday's low of 1516. Yeah, John always puts that in there. I mean, yeah, you start off with the simulator, you start off with $100,000, okay? Now, you can also use this for swing trading. So if you don't close your position out at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can use it as a swing trading simulator also. And it uses our real-time data. Should have mentioned that. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, okay? Well, it's definitely getting a little extended, ACRS, no question. It's getting a little extended. Let's see what it does right here. Getting close to, I mean, I will, I mean, I know I'm a little hung up on whole numbers, but I think there are some psychological whole numbers. Certainly 5 can be one of them. 5, 10, 15, you know, the multiples of 5. But I think 5 for a stock that is under 5 is certainly going to be stumbling. But let's see if it takes out that gets below the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. So Jimmy, did you practice in the simulator shorting first? I know a lot of you are not wanting to short stocks. You don't you don't understand the concept. Still not quite sure why, but okay. You know, when you buy a stock, you're hoping it goes up. When you short a stock, you're hoping it goes down. It's almost that simple. You know, never mind. I mean, you got to find shorts to buy or to cover. I mean, don't think of it like that. Just think of it just you one way you want it to go up, one way you want it to go down. You mean puts or something? I just don't trade options. So ACRS is still strong here. It'd be interesting to see. Let's see, what sort of resistance does it have on the monthly chart? So it's 537 looking left on the monthly chart. Let me back out the weekly chart. See if there was any action at 5. So there's a high this week. It's hard to see. It was 498. This is back here. It's about over a year ago, back in June of 2019. See, I don't know how to answer that question, WaveLab. It's not a matter of averaging down. No, I mean, again, if I wanted to short this one, first of all, and I pick the price. Just like if I wanted to go long, I'm going to pick the price I want to go long at. Okay, and it's, I mean, just sort of just think about it like this. When you're going long a stock, you're getting in it at a certain price. Normally, when you look at the bid ask, if you want the stock right now, you have to go in at the ask. And then you're hoping it's going to go up. If you want to short a stock, you have to go in at the bid, and you hope it goes down. You just, and you're hoping it goes down when you enact a short. Yeah, you know what? It's funny. I've never got hung up on that. How can you short something you haven't bought yet? You're buying a short. How's that? And then it's the same thing. You short if I'm shorting this, then I'm hoping it's going down, and then at a point where I want to get out, that's when I cover it, as it's called, and I'm kind of buying the stock. But it's just a sort of, it's just a transaction. It gets me out of the trade. Just as if I said if I buy the stock at 489, it goes up to 520, I sell it at 520. I mean, would it be different if that said short instead of sell? I mean, all brokers are different. I mean, the way they, so I think some brokers might even have what they call a short button. So I can sort of understand that. Well, how can I sell something I don't own? I get that, I guess, but once you just eliminate that, that confusion, I mean, it's just you're just hoping the stock goes down in price. No, I agree, Aussie girl. I mean, I do agree, but I think it's just a matter. That's why we have the simulator. Okay, you want to practice shorting. You pick a stock, and then you click the big sell button, and done. Okay, I just shorted it. Okay, and now, so I shorted at 549, and I'm hoping now the price goes down. So right now it's at 547. So if I flatten my trade, I get out of the trade, and I made a great $2.74. Flatten just gets you out of your position, whether you're short or you're long. Yeah, it's not bad burn. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, look at SPWR. So I took this. This was in the simulator. Okay, 1750 entry, 1787. So if I wanted to, I could get out of half my trade. If I wanted to, I'll just do it. Okay, just to show you how you can do it. Okay, so you see now I have 100 shares left. Yeah, somebody posted that earlier reel about the JMIA. It's pretty enticing. If you believe them and you believe what could possibly happen, it's a great price. And look what it did when it IPO'd. Back here, that's I think the IPO. I think it was April of 2019. Oh, it was right here. Yeah, April of 2019. I mean, it got up to $50. All right, guys, just kind of resting here. There's not too many alerts happening from my end. No new alerts. Sort of a mixed bag with the watch list. The ATEC. Whoops. Okay, there's ON. Ooh, that's a crazy. Something happened there. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna not look good. I don't know what happened here. That big topping tail. It's you can't believe it, but you know it's a computer, so that's what it saw. So that's why it got triggered. Boy, the market is just flattening out. Just snoozing. I mean, everything is up, but just kind of snoozing right now. See, I should have held that short PGN shorted at 549. Went down to 538 now. MMLP, what are you doing? Yeah, very choppy. And a choppy day. Well, this one could be interesting. Kirk, Kirk, could be interesting. I mean, yesterday's high was 1041, so that might stall it. But remember this huge, incredible run it had. You know, when it was 60, 70 cents, and it ran up to 13 something. All right, well, ACRS is still stalling a little bit under 5. Hugging that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. I just really want to see if this fails at 5 and it just has a bit of a drop, ACRS. Yeah, if you want to go to the other room, this is the link for the free trading room. All right, well, ACRS is, again, it's just toying with this 5 level. I think what I'm going to do is stick an alert around 491 and see if it just gets stalled and then starts moving down from there. So that's my plan for ACRS. Maybe take a short if it gets back down to 491. No difference, Matt. Well, shouldn't say that. The room you're in is where you want to be. If you want to have a lot more interaction with traders, it's a lot easier for me to hand out links. The YouTube feed is fine if you just want to see my screen and hear me. There are some traders in there, but there's nowhere near the same activity level. The only other thing I would say though is I take a break between 12 and 12:30. In the YouTube feed, in the other room, somebody else looks after that from 12 to 1, another one of the traders. So you can always head over there while I'm on a break. All right. You're still trying to short that, William? I like this if it really gives up 5 again. We have a looks like this is an IPO, guys. Yeah, STTK is an IPO. It just launched. In fact, we had several. We had another one earlier. This is probably a SPAC. Lancadia, I'm sure it's a SPAC. But STTK is not. Let's see who's behind them. Okay, STTK, Citigroup, Cowen, and Evercore. 11.9 million. Price was 17. So this is so far, this is good. The IPO price was 17, so it's above. It's right now trading a little bit of a premium. And only 11 million shares outstanding for STTK. What do they do? It's a biotech. Okay, AMRX. Next on the hit parade here, AMRX, almost like AC. Well, look at the volume that just came into AMRX. Look at this volume. It's not a low float, 94 million in the float, but it lots of volume. There's a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. There's the green candle. There's the red candle. Red candle totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green. The trigger in theory is the high of the red candle, which is 494. By the way, Grumpy, if you're, I did send off the email to the developer. He's in Spain. He lives in Spain, so I don't know. He may not be around right now, so I haven't got anything back for him. Yeah, all you have to do, Amir, is grab the right edge of the time column, and you can move. You can just shrink it. Okay, just grab the right edge. Just display what you want. Okay, does that make sense? Just grab it and then just move it. Just left click on it, and then you just move it. Oh, absolutely, Chima. Have you ever made a watch list before? A symbol list before? Let me just give you a video to show you. Have you ever made a symbol list before? Ah! Jeez. I hope you hear my anguish, guys. Just as I was popping that link in, I was going to take this short. Ah, oh well. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. That's a distraction, unfortunately. It was, it's just sitting at just under 5. I thought, okay, let's take this short, and look what it did. Well, good for you, William. No pizza toppings. No kidding. Wow, that would have been awesome. Okay, so how do you know? I think if you click on account, I think in login, if it might say something like new version available, something like that. I can tell you if you click. I'm still ticked. Jeez. If you click help and about, it'll show you the version you have. I'm in a development version. I think 0.175 is the latest version available for you guys. I'm only frustrated because I'm watching it seemingly for about half an hour. That's the only reason I'm frustrated. Okay, how can we make two different watch list windows with different symbols in Trader Days? Okay, well, if you created a watch list and just create another one with different symbols in it, or am I not understanding your question? I mean, look, I've got all sorts of. Look at my symbol. I've got all sorts of different symbol lists that have all been created. And obviously, they have different symbols in them. So I'm not sure I understand your question. If you've already created a watch list, why not just create another one? Frustrated. Not. I mean, listen. It's just. It's just such an incredible move down. Well, I mean, there's 449 might hold it. I don't know, but something caused this to come down like that. So I mean, so dramatically. Look, I mean, inching up, nice, and then all of a sudden, I mean, just something happened, and look at the volume. Oh, I see you, Amy. I see you now. Well, I understand that, but I mean that's pretty dramatic. I mean, obviously a big seller coming in, but that's pretty dramatic. Anyway, I don't want to dwell on it too much. Well, it wouldn't short now. I mean, it could still go down, but now you're in chase mode. It might hold right around here at 450. Hey, listen, this could pop right back up. I mean, looks like there's some support right here on the 5-minute chart around 450, but this is hard for me to watch. So, okay, so you haven't created a watch list in Shima. Okay, so I put that link in. This is how you create your own watch lists. What you've done is you've hearted, and it's going into something called the My Liked. Okay, but if you want to create your own watch list, just watch that video. Your own watch list, and you can have as many as you want, different names, of course, and put all sorts of different symbols in the different watch lists. Okay, so just take a look at that video. It's very short, but it should tell you exactly how to create a watch list. Okay, that makes me feel great, Aussie girl. I mean, the thing is that my stop was going to be just a little over 5, and I was getting in around 493, so this is going to be a very tight stop. So, what that means, you can take a few more shares based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Anyway, why do people call me Bernie? It's seriously, I get Bernie a lot. That's okay. I mean, it's okay. Though I am ticked off right now, so you're just making me madder. Welcome, so Bernie. Okay, Bernie D. Um, no, I mean, look, you're in chase mode right now, chasing it down. So I don't. I see what you're saying. There's a VWAP. It didn't hold it, but I mean, it's you're in chase mode. This is quite amazing to me. There had to be some news. I mean, I don't believe it's just one guy saying, "Okay, I'm one out." Anyway, now William, did you only get an acorn this time, or did you get the whole tree? And because I don't think you could have got out soon enough, even for you, unless you had an auto in on that candle. Really? Man, you must have had then. You must have had it in auto mode, right, to get out at a price, because that happened so quickly. It's all about the loonies. Okay. All right. What else is happening? See if I can dig something else up. This is going to really skew this because that I don't know what happened here. That topping tail, and so you get the alert at 26.97, but that can't be real. That can't be, right? Real? It's just flat. I mean, look at this. Look at that 15-minute chart on the SPY. I mean, it's just, it just flattened out. Yeah, well, we can always find stuff to trade, if you have trade ideas, but it's just interesting that the market is just flattened right out. That's the 10 o'clock tip, Ozzy. Like clockwork, if you wait to 10 o'clock and buy it, it's been working for a couple of weeks now, and we're talking about the JKS. And that is Chris, who spotted this anomaly about 2 weeks ago. So what happened at 10 o'clock? As an example, today, So there's 10 o'clock. So the price was what, 57.81. You know, I had a pullback here, but 60.24 now. SPWR is kind of following suit. Whoops, SPWR. Both looking the same. Both had red days yesterday. Both have had this run. Yeah, that's fine. Anything under 100 is okay. PC, okay? Anything under 100. Where you can start to see a big slowdown. If you have a lot of, I'm not talking to you specifically, but if you have a lot of top list windows and you have so many, let me just bring one up here. All right, so here's a top list window, okay? So if you right click, time frame, and set record count. Now, yes, you can have 1,000, okay? But if you had a lot of top list windows up and you had 1,000 or even 500 as the record count, max record, your system will slow down like you won't believe. Because what it's trying to do, because remember, the top list window gets updated every 30 seconds, and it's going through thousands of symbols updating because you're asking it to have a max of say 500 or 1,000. So let's say you had 4 or 5 or 6 top list windows like that. Your system will really slow down. I rarely have more than 100 in my record count. It's not necessary. That's just a general statement, but that typically can be a reason why people say, hey, my trade ideas is really, really slow. The 2-minute cross on deck. So this is what Real is talking about. On the 2-minute chart, see that 8 EMA? I'll expand it just a little bit. Okay, so you see there's the orange line there is the 8 EMA, and the blue line is the 20 SMA. If this crosses down below, then that sets up a potential short. So if that 8 EMA crosses below the 20 SMA, that sets up a potential short. The reverse is true. If you had an 8 EMA rising and crossing over a 20 SMA, that can set up a potential long. And it doesn't matter the time frame you're looking at. You'll get an alert earlier on the 2-minute chart, though it may not be quite as, I don't want to use the word valid, but call it a little more risky. The higher the time frame, the better. However, it may have run quite a bit too. So the 2-minute cross will get you in earlier, though it may be a little more risky than waiting for a 5-minute cross or a 15-minute cross, etc. But of course, the higher the time frame, probably the lower the price. And here's a teaser for you. We've been working pretty hard on trying to create, a lot of people, they like to see relations to intraday, to candles, highs of candles or volumes. And we've been working pretty hard, and I'm hoping that, sometime, I don't know if it'll be this year, but relatively soon, we'll be able to do things like that, refer to highs and lows of intraday candles. But the other one that I'm a little bit excited about is on the crosses. Now, there may be about a 5 to 10 second delay, but I don't think that's going to be a big deal. But we'll be able to set up alerts for crosses with filters in place. I know, and you can any cross you want. Don't ask me when. Oh, I have no idea on that one, Amir. No idea. Are you in England or where are you located? In Greece, okay. I usually get a lot of our English subscribers talking about CFDs. Yeah, I guess it's fairly popular over in Europe. I don't even think we're allowed to do it here. Yeah, I didn't think it was illegal. Yeah. No, I know. I know. Probably should, it's just like here we've got all these other ones connected, I mean, we're hoping to get TD Ameritrade and E-Trade and Alpaca, etc. So I know it shows it. So I guess they are kind of trying to work on something, but time frame I don't know. It has to be, to be honest, I mean, it has to be kind of a low priority, mainly because we can't do that in North America, and that's our biggest market. Okay, so notice the cross did not happen. You see how it is not happening? That's why you wait. I mean, it still could happen, but right now, in fact, if you look, that EMA is kind of starting to run up a little bit. So that's why you wait. No, we don't do cryptos, no. Yeah, look at AVTR. Look at AVTR moving down here. Again, you're chasing it. I'm not saying, when I say look at it, I don't mean take it. I mean, while something's happening, you have to kind of examine it for a while. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:35. So Andy will be in the YouTube feed at 12 o'clock. I'm going to put the link in here in case you guys do want to head over to the YouTube feed at 12 o'clock. No, I can't look at that one, ACERS. Somebody else have to tell you. Too hard for me to look at. But okay, I'll look at it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look like it trying to, but that could be just turn into a big green bar ignored, especially if this candle moves down. You get a move like this, it just doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, even to try to, for me anyway, to try to take a bounce play. By the way, you can see how in these particular cases, how this worked. You see how the 80 EMA crossed down below the 20 SMA? Right there at 488, and also on the 5-minute chart right here. So a little bit later, that's what I mean. So you get maybe a little more of a confirmation, on the 5-minute chart, but this one happened at 488 and this one happened at 462 or 464. It still would have been good in both cases. And what real suggests also is that if you do get into it on the 2-minute chart and it does cross later on to the 5, that could be a good add point. In other words, add to your short. All right, how's this one doing? Cardiff, how is it doing? Yeah. This is very interesting as a longer term hold, but a little choppy today. CRDF. Boy, PGen has completely recovered now. PGen, all the way down to 534, right back up to 573. You know what? It's not a low float. 64 million in the float, so it is not a low float situation. I saw Kodak. Yeah, Kodak is doing its thing again for whatever reason. And I love it. As that stock is popping up, you get this the law offices want to remind you that there was a class action suit that just came in at 11:30. It just as the stock is popping up. Yeah, you can't. We don't have the MACD as an indicator. It's all we've got so far. I don't know if it'll be added later, but wow, look at Kodak. Unbelievable. Excuse me, look at the volume that's coming in. Okay, William, this is shortable, as I'm sure you're aware. KODK. Meanwhile, some more rippage for GME. My opinion only, guys, but if you want to print out the press release today of Westwater Resources, WWR, a flagrant attempt by the promoters to put any sort of a press release in to try to, stop this downward spiral. And I read that press release, I thought, okay, so what? And so look what happened pre-market. It juiced it up to 944. Unfortunately, just no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for me. In my opinion only, of course. Dada, DADA. Oh, good volume actually. 4 times number. Look at. Oh, drawer. That's hard to answer. I mean, I don't use many indicators at all. You know, I can't say what is the best. Everybody is different. The fact is, all I said was we don't have it available. You know, we do have it as, you know, some, I don't know if they're filters or alerts. I've just never been a big indicator guy. So we do have some alerts for the MACD. Okay, we just don't have it available on a chart. But to ask me what is the best, there's, you know, ask 10 people and you're going to get 10 different answers. You know, I'm certainly, you know, these crosses are really interesting to me, the 80 MA and 20 SMA crosses. And then the, you know, the 200-day moving average. That's about all I really use. All right, guys. Well, we might be getting that cross again for the SPTN. Right up here. We'll look at Kodak just ripping. Kodak option alert. $12 call sweeps. Okay, so I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. So from the toolbar, click on New. Okay, and then the AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, you will get this, the AI, or you get the strategy trades all window, and then you'll see all of the alerts as they come in during the day. If you're trying to do it, like I wouldn't do it from the from the channel bar. I think it's a lot easier from the toolbar, and then you can have that window that I'm just sort of popping around here. You can have it as part of your layout, and so you don't have to do it every day. It's just part of your layout. Okay, did you get that? Now, are you using the web-based version? If you're using the web-based version, you have to click on Omni, the Omni channel. That will give you all of them. But if you're using, or if you have a toolbar that looks like this, then again, click on New, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, guys, we're getting really close again to that cross. Let's see if SPTN just takes a little. Well, look at that. Just as I'm talking, I was wondering if it would take a nice little drop, but it didn't. Well, PGN is okay. Great. So now as I said, you probably have a layout already up. Then when you save your layout, just don't exit that window. Just keep it as part of your layout. So when you load trade ideas on Monday, it'll be there. And then you'll see the alerts as they happen. Um, okay, so do you see, does it say strategy trades all? You can see, can you see my screen? This is the window I'm talking about. Do you have this window up and running? It should say strategy trades all. I mean, again, I have to just ask you again, did you go to the toolbar and click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window? Can you see my screen? That'll help me a lot if you can say, if you can tell me if you can see my screen. Yes, I can, BPM. An all-encompassing video. Okay, so you can see my screen. So again, New. Click on New from the toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Not the one above it, but the Trades window. And this is what you should see. You should see four alerts today. Okay. Yeah, very obviously very happy, KJ or KG. Okay, so are we good? AH, are we good? You can see the 4 alerts today. Okay, great. So, and then as I said, instead of having to do that every day, just take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So when you save your layout, this window will be part of your layout. So Monday morning when you load trade ideas, it's there for you. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Anybody in IH? I don't know if I've seen that one before. iHuman. Oh, I see. This is a IPO today. Well, kind of a cool name, I guess. So Grumpy, if you're still in the room, he asked, do they have an ad blocker, and have you disabled the hardware acceleration? That's what he has come back with so far. Okay, so that's what you should have, Amy. When you say you only see, I mean, there is, right above it, you should see strategy window, but I never look at that. This is what I want to look at because I want to see the trades as they come in all day. Okay, so now I'm gonna pop this in AH. Okay, thank you, Andy. Um, for Canadian stocks, let me just pop in. Hopefully, this is going to not going to disrupt the chat too much in the YouTube feed. This is why I really. Okay, did that come through? What I just posted underneath about Canadian symbols. The other thing is that you just have to select from configure, right click, configure, and exchanges, and check the Canadian markets. Okay. Human, who's behind this one? Just want to see who is behind this Human IPO today. So wow, very few shares. Very few shares. 7 million shares, $12 price, so it's a little bit above Credit Suisse and Citigroup. How can you change the default of the exchange market so I don't have to check them every time? Well, I mean, once you save, once you save whatever you want, or have whatever you want, go through each window. I mean, if every window is the same, fine. But then when you save your work, it'll all be saved. So you don't check them. You don't check them every time. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the YouTube feed. Well, I mean, if you're getting into GME, obviously it's because of the Microsoft news. So if you believe that is the news, it is going to keep propelling it higher and higher. Well, if you're talking about within the channel, are you talking about in the channel bar drawer? You can't make changes in the channel bar, and they won't keep. If that's what you mean. Understand the channel bar is for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something, that might be great for you, but it may not be what other people want. So you cannot make changes in the channel bar and have them be saved. Andy, I don't know if you're in the room. I pasted something. And I can't see posts now. So I don't really. If you're in the room, just let me know in Slack. And I'll stop my feed. So when you talk about, general formula for stop loss, I don't. That's a pretty general question. So it's a general question. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, some people will use the low of the previous 5 minute candle. Could be a 15 minute candle. We have a stop loss that is calculated. It's interesting. It takes the volatility of the stock, high and the low of the stock, and comes up with a number for a stop loss. Guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, thank you, Andy. I do see you now. Okay. Okay, guys, I am taking a break now until about 12:30.
Testing 1 2 3. You guys let me know when you can hear me. You can see my screen. Testing, testing, testing. Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Burned. Appreciate it. All right, guys. This is the Friday edition of the support webinar. My name is Andy. I will take over Barry's trading room for about an hour, and this is where you guys can come in and ask questions about the software, ask questions about trading if you like, anything. I know I told a couple of people to come in here with the so I can help them with something, so be sure. I don't see any attendee lists, guys, so be sure if you do have a question that you sent to our email and I told you to come in here, let me know that you're in here and remind me of what the question is. But otherwise, yeah, we will just shoot from the hip. You guys, once again, it's an open forum. You guys ask the questions and we'll address them. Yes, my Twitter. I don't tweet. I need to start tweeting more. Yeah, it's something I get so busy with work that it's hard for me to go in there and tweet. But anyway, it is. But I will throw some good ideas in there. As a matter of fact, I threw JMU in there on this day right here, or Jumia, whatever you want to throw it. But my Twitter is at Trade Ideas Quant. Yeah, that is my that's my Twitter handle there. All right. Rashid has a question. Backtesting advanced tab. You can switch a trailing stop order to an exit stop for the backtesting, but the strategies windows do not seem to find the edits. Yeah, what you want to do, Rashid, is you want to hold off on that. We're actually there's a lot of those advanced exits that do not work, and I've told the guys about them, along with Barry and Michael, and so they're in the middle of retooling that. And also when you're trying to use a trailing stop, it overrides your stop order. So in other words, right now you cannot use both a stop order and a trailing stop. So it's really kind of quirky right now. I don't want to try to help you with that, because I'm probably going to lead you astray, because I'm going to tell you to do something that's probably not working right now. So just bear with us. I know they're working on it, and hopefully we'll be fixed soon. I can't give you an ETA on that, but you know, the advanced tab, the advanced exits are pretty much, or advanced stops are just, you know, not working right now. Oh yeah, that's me burned. Sure is. I need to get in the habit of tweeting more. It's not something I just kind of took over the this Twitter handle from Trade Ideas, and I need to get in there and get more active. But I won't be one to just throw random musings and all that. I just don't have time for it. But I will definitely, you know, throw some, you know, ideas on some trades I'm taking, some Holly ideas if I see something. Hey Mike, how are you? Yes, Rashid, we are working on that too. The CFD orders. That's something that has to be done in our structuring to build that out. But yes, that is definitely you know, on the docket. But we have so much on the docket. It's just a matter of getting people in there and doing it. Yeah, send more of the JM. Yeah, I will. You know, it's kind of strange. This is a wacky market. I look at the market today, and I'll look at some of the trades that I'm in right now. Is this rocket I bought? I kind of started buying it back here under these levels, because it's kind of an IPO, and I like the pop right here. I think my first position was taken on this day, and then I added it right here, and boy, I was expecting today it to break out of this range, and look at that. Just pets is the same way, and it can be really frustrating when you see this kind of action. Pets, you know, kind of popped out yesterday, a nice little volume bar, gapped up today, and getting you know, got killed. Now I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing, you know, finish around 33, but just the kind of action, it's frustrating when you have positions and you see the market do this and your positions go the opposite. Now I'm going to tell you this, guys, don't be alarmed. Don't let it get you out of good daily swing trades, because back in the good old day when I traded, if the market went up, your stock went up with it. It's not the case anymore. You get reshuffling, reallocations going on. IWM's been doing good, but today it's the big boys that are you know, doing well. Well, Netflix just kind of, it's quirky right now. It's almost like it's an option expiration every day. But I keep my eye. If they have to break down for me, I'm a swing trader. They have to break down on the daily for me to get out. Another one is the trade of the week that I scalped out the first time, but then re-entered yesterday on kind of near this low. But it can be frustrating when you see the market move higher. All right, AH says, I am looking for Canadian stocks plus any way to get lower price stocks. Yeah, you're not probably going to get too many Canadian stocks coming through our AI. I'm sorry. Most of the traders here, Barry, he lives in Canada and he trades all U.S. stocks. We can get some Canadian stock data. In other words, you can scan for it, but it's going to be limited data. I mean, the good thing is you do get the price. If you're running an A window, you're going to be alerted in real time, but there's going to be some data missing, like maybe price, maybe volume. And the reason we do is we just don't have enough people that trade Canadian stocks. Nothing against Canadian stocks, but we just don't have enough people to trade them that justify for us spending all those fees that we have to get for the data. But we do have some data. But yeah, you're probably not going to see it coming through our AI anytime soon. Trying to think of another. Still, my biggest position is Neo. I'm really liking the way this is setting up again. This one has. This is the one I've been keeping a core position in ever since back here. Okay, and I trade around that core position by grabbing size, when it looks good to me. This is just one I love the chart. I'm hearing good things about the company, and it's setting up good for me again there by going sideways. Let me pull up my pen. Well, I'll just do this right here. Kind of in a channel here, and you got this moving average coming up underneath. Now this is one I think could have another explosive move, because it keeps doing these kind of same patterns where it has an explosive move, boom, goes sideways, has another explosive move, little one there, not as big, but it's once again going sideways. There hasn't been a lot of weakness, and on days where the market gets hit or something like that, it's a time to really buy it. But just trying to kind of give you my positions that I have right now. I only have about 5 of them. You're welcome, AH. And I've been finding a lot of them, this JM, on this revenue growth fishing. Here's the thing: you got to be careful. But when you see a nice little setup like this one was basing for basically almost 6 weeks, and then on this day right here, the day I tweeted it, it closed on about a 1 month high there, and then boom, very nice move out of that. Now I did sell my remaining today. I'm all out of it. When I get a 30% move in something, I'm going to take it. But maybe something I look to on a pullback to get back in. Maybe it comes back down to around this 10 area and sets up again. I may get back in. Boy, you can't stop the market. All right. Seeing if this one gentleman came in today that wanted me to talk about some swing trading strategies. But I'm going to wait for him to ask me something before I just start rambling on about it. All right, question panel is open. Gosh, this is one I missed this morning. Had my eye on this glue and kind of popped up out of there once again from this revenue growth fishing. Well, B-Sun had a nice little pop there today. And the SPYs, and here's if you're bearish this market, here's the problem you have. There's not a lot. When you have a big move like this from highs, obviously you're not going to have a lot of firm, no pivot lines, no really tough resistance to get through. I guess we could say this high going back to right here, which we may be on the target for today. But then other than that, yeah, that's not strong resistance. Then you're really looking at close to all-time highs there. Let's take a look at the Qs and see if we're finally kind of played ball today out of that range, kind of looking like the SPYs did yesterday. Apple's not killing it by any means, that's for sure. Look at some of the big boys. Facebook's really not doing a whole lot. Netflix is doing okay. Google had a nice little day, pop up out of that little range. Microsoft's having a nice little day. All right, got a question in coming here from RKD. How would you swing 3 PLE leverage funds? What's that PLE stand for there, RKD? I would probably, more than likely, I wouldn't change my swing trading strategies. I'm typically one that looks for a setup. I can't think of a better. Okay, I'll take a look at that in just a minute, Fred. I can't, a better example of this, Jamie. Now, I'm not always, trying to bottom fish like this, but this just happens to be a case of when I take a position and then what I'm looking for. And I'm looking for something that's going to potentially have an explosive move, and of course this did. And when Steve and I had Today Trader, we developed a style called swing scalping, and that's where we look for the setup and we look for a big move out of that setup, and then we quick to take profits. Because what happens when you do get a big move, let's say you get a stock that moved 10, 15, 20%, okay, in 2 to 3 days, there's a chance it's going to pull back, very much like this Jumia is trying to do today. And what we like to do is look for that meat of the move. Okay, your biggest meat comes in about a 3 to 5 day window, and so we look for that. And lately, it seems like it's going down to 2 days, but probably because of the election, it's just a lot of people are taking profits quickly, whatever. But our theory was, why sit in here when you get a nice 15, 20% move? Why do you want to sit in here and tie up capital not knowing if the stock is going to pull back, give away half your gains? So what our theory was, we call it like riding a wave. We'd ride a wave for like 3 days, jump off, and then look for the next wave. Now that's not always the case. Sometimes we're playing these and we may want to trade, hold them longer. We let the market kind of dictate a lot of times when we're going to get out of all of our position. And then sometimes, like this Neo, when I feel very strong about something, I will maintain a core position no matter what. Whether it's, this could be 100 to 1,000 shares, whatever your account size is. But I like this idea of when you like something to maintain a core position and then can then trade size around it, so you're always in the stock, so you don't miss something, a big gap up like right here or something. Okay, yeah, triple leveraged funds. Are you talking about triple leveraged ETFs? Yeah, you're not going to find me swinging a lot of those, just because they're toxic, and sometimes you have overnight rebalancing that kind of costs you a little money. They're meant to basically take your money. They can be great for like quick moves that maybe if you get a strong market direction for example, the SPYs. If you're along the SDSs in this move right here, yeah, you could have cleaned up, or but I guess that's not the triple, but you know what I'm saying. If you're along a triple leveraged bearish ETF right here, yeah, you could have done real well. But if you get into a market that's sideways and choppy, and you're sitting in those things over time, yeah, you're going to have decay in them, and they're going to kind of take your money. But Lifeway Foods, keep an eye, Fred says. Yeah, had a little pop there, Fred. But this scares me, okay? Let me get my pencil out here, my Epic pen. And this right here scares me, the average volume, only 86,000 shares a day. And you can see what just happened just in. It's because there's no volume in the stock. So they can drop really quick. I mean, thing just dropped from 582, lost 20 cents on a $5 stock just in a matter of probably one print. So you got to be real careful. If you're swing trading it and you're not too worried about these intraday moves, and then I guess that's fine. But I like a little more liquidity than that. There you go, Swabi. I actually added to that position. See if any of these things are bouncing. Pet's trying to bounce. Rocket, not really doing anything. You're welcome, Fred. No problem at all. All right, questions panel is open, guys and gals. All right, WC Mix says LMND. I like this for a long-term speculation, but should I take profit and reload on a pullback? What's your opinion? Okay, good question. Let's pull it up. And yeah, that nice. I don't know where you're in from, but that's a beautiful a little trade there. And this is what I like. I look for things like this when you have a stock that's been, kind of selling off for several months and then put in a nice little base right there, and then you had a nice little kind of a channel that it's been in for basically about 5 weeks, and then you had a nice little break out of that on a decent little volume bar. See how that volume bar eclipsed all these ones back over here? So that's encouraging. Now that's the $1 million question, though, is what do you do from here? Obviously you got a really nice move there in 2 days. I'm not, like I said, I'm not sure where your entry is, but let's take a look to see what we're looking at here. Looks like a new issue, and this right here, you are running into some congestion. Right here, you might have a little problem. May even start right now. It's close enough for me that I would honestly, if it were me, and that's all I can tell you. I obviously can't tell you what to do with your trade, but I would definitely be taking half off right now, because, like I said, 54 to 64 is like close to a 20% move. Yeah, you don't want to get greedy. So if it were me, I would take half off at least, and then I think day trading for 17 years. I have a hard time like holding something like forever. I mean, Neo, the only way I can hold it is if I keep a core position. I trade around it, but it's probably the longest I've held something in a while. But yeah, it's you got a nice percentage move, and you're running into some resistance. So this is an area where I would definitely take off something. If you believe in it, you can definitely hold on to a percentage of it, and maybe you get a break out of this area, and next thing you know, in a few weeks, you're up here by 80. But insurance agency called Lemonade, huh? Let me look at the profile real quick. Okay, interesting. Trying to figure out where they got that lemonade from. There. Well, you've been making some lemonade in it the last couple of days, that's for sure. All right, I helped you. I hope I helped you there, WC. Give you some ideas of what I would do in a case like that. Always makes it easier when you take some off. All right. Fred mentions ES, some shipper here. Yeah, had a little pop, but once again, definitely some volume coming in. The relative volume on this thing is 5.6, which is good. Average volume still, something that probably I wouldn't catch on a lot of my scans, because I like an average volume of around 500,000. But yeah, definitely a nice little move there in this shipper. Now it's pretty, you can see it's a pretty volatile and sloppy chart, and that's because of the low volume, the average volume. You can get moves like that, so just be careful with it. But yeah, nice little move there, right there in ESEA. All right, AH says, I am actually trying to find my way to buy stock. It's my second day that I have this software. I am looking at a stock called OPTT. On my screen says buy. Should I go ahead and buy it? Well, I'm not sure what you mean by on your screen it says buy. It may be a old Holly. Let me look. Let's see, OPTT. Yeah, this right here is what that means, this buy signal right here. This is just a day that Holly called it. Okay, Holly's our AI, and she probably called it this day, for a momentum trade or whatever it was. But no, that's not telling you. First of all, our software never tells you, to buy. It's just we will give you alerts. Our name is Trade Ideas, and that's exactly the way you should take it, as idea. Okay, you're the one what decides what to do. Now, that being said, I mean, it's interesting. I would probably want a couple more days for it to kind of have a form. Maybe this moving average, this 10-period moving average, comes creeping up lower, and it goes sideways for a while, and then you get the 10-period moving average. Right now, I just don't have enough info in this stock to make me go either way on it. I'm always scary when it's below a $5 stock, especially when it was a $1 stock just 5 days ago. So, could be another momentum push coming out of this. In the next couple of days. I just don't know if today or something is going to be when you see it, because it is Friday, and I think probably there's still kind of a battle between bears and bulls going on, with buyers and sellers right here going forward. All right, good questions though. Burn says, Andy, would love to hear you speak to stop loss levels. What are TI's recommended stop levels based on ATR? Are you talking about these intraday, Burned? These intraday smart stops and targets? Or are you talking about the swing exits that you see on the chart? You're probably talking about the smart stop, I'm assuming. Because I'm going to be swing exit is okay. Yeah, smart stops. Okay, so what we have is built into our system is an algorithm that creates these smart stops and targets every time you pull up a stock. So if I pulled up Apple right now, or let's say Facebook, okay, it's going to give me an idea of where I should put my stop if I bought the trade right now. And it looks at some things like average true range, like you asked there. It also looks at a stock's support and resistance areas to kind of create targets and stops. It's not real fancy. A lot of it is technical, but there is definitely some volatility and average true range, built into the algorithm. Now, if you're a scalper, these areas may be, especially the stop, may be too big for you. Okay, these were designed for like long trades, like long day trades, or maybe even really short swing trades. So, I mean, for a lot of people, if you bought Facebook right here, you might not want it to come down a whole dollar before you get out. Okay. So just keep in mind it's relative. This is more of a long day trade, which honestly more people I think should do if they're going to day trade, instead of this micro scalping can be. That's what I did for years, and although it can be lucrative, it's also very stressful, and there's not a lot of people that do it successfully. And I think. And not only that, the best traders that I've seen, even when I was micro scalping, the best traders would not micro scalp. So I was a pretty good scalper, but I never really mastered. I mean, I got better with mastering the fear. I mean, of holding a stock all day by selling half and then letting the other half run. But some of the really, really good ones, man, they would just keep, if they were right, they would keep adding to their position all day long. It's just the point I'm making is I think more day traders should try to go for the big moves, go for the $2 and $3 moves versus the 20 and 30 cent moves, just in my opinion, because you're Your stops can be bigger, more liberal. You're not caught up in the stress of watching the level 2 and hoping that they push it up another 10 or 15 cents. But I don't want to discourage those of you who are trying it and doing pretty well with it, because, like I said, I did it for 17 years. It can be lucrative, but it's a very tough game. All right. Yes, they are included in the standard subscription. You get these ideas, these Smart Stop algorithm it's definitely included in the standard version. Well, my swing, no, I think really for pure swing trades, these smart stops are a little bit too tight. Okay, I think they're mostly for very long day trades, maybe trades over 3 or 4 hours. You're looking for a big move. Let me try to find an example of something that maybe. Um, yeah, let's say this one for example. Okay, it's telling you right here. The smart stop is set at 530. So if you buy it at 560, this should be your drop dead stop. Okay, so the target is way up here at 620. Okay, and you can see where it's kind of marrying up to this level over here. Okay, so this is not something that's probably going to happen in the next 15 or 20 minutes, but it's something that could happen by the end of the day. You could reach this target. So if you're gonna use that as your target, why not make your stop a little bit liberal here? Okay. So, but no, for a pure swing trade, like something you're looking to hold for 3 days to 3 weeks, now these would be too tight for you. You need to, I usually use the 3% when I'm trading. I use levels, but I usually use like like this rocket. Let's pull up rocket for example. That one. See, I'm watching this level right here. Okay, now it's popped above these moving averages. Okay, so I try not to use like a hard number. Okay, in other words, I want my stops to be technical and not monetary driven. So I don't want to jump in a trade and say, oh my gosh, if I lose $300, I want to be out. No, I'm going to find an area on the chart where I would get out. So I'm not saying my stop is here because I got a pretty good price on this, but this would maybe an example if somebody were to buy it right here. I would not want to see it to break this level right here that it held for 3 days and the moving average there. So my stop may be right there at 21. 21.35, so another $1.50 lower. To get back, yeah, your smart stop is going to be way too tight for a swing trade. By using 2 times average true range, especially with these widely swinging stops, pings, the algos do. Yeah, you're right. You're right, and you got to be careful in the early morning, especially. They like to try to shake you out. As a matter of fact, if I have anything that's close, a lot of times I'll pull the stops in the first 30 minutes because I know those algos are after them. Good questions, though. Very good questions. This Fitbit is one I'm in that's holding up pretty well. Now, it's weird that this stock doesn't move, but like in a 5-cent range over the last 7 days. After a big earnings play. So, I'm hoping this thing can get going at some point. But yeah, it's just kind of strange that this thing is such a tight range over the last 5 days. Uh-oh, testing. Can you guys hear me? I don't think did somebody acquire Fitbit? Gosh, I hope not. I thought I don't know. I hope not. because I think it's trading. Oh, geez. I hope they did. Somebody acquired Fitbit. I'm gonna kill Steve. This is his idea. Sound is low. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's showing me. Oh, there's Steve. Yeah, yeah. Might as well kick it. I did not even know. I thought it may have been earnings, but now I see the earnings are October 28th. Hey, but you never know. Another buyer can always come in. Well, that'll be good. I'll kick it too, Steve. I mean, less risk I have over the weekend. Pat's finally trying to get a bounce there. All right, things are looking things are looking a little bit better if I can just get this rocket can to bounce. Okay. Well, yeah. Thanks. I'm glad I brought it up because I had no idea. See, you can see you can see how much these technical traders pay attention to news and fundamentals. But I usually a little bit better, a little more on top of that. But I liked the chart a couple of days ago, and Steve brought it to my attention, so that's okay. But I was wondering why I was only moving like a nickel. Going like, what's going on here? There you go. Teach Holly how to read the news. She'd just be going up against all those other news reading robots. Okay, you work in AI. Interesting. Well, we are doing some retooling. I know right now we to get these things better stops. A lot of the traders here have been complaining about some of these stop losses. You'd have a you know $80 stock and have a 25-cent stop loss, and I'm just saying. So now we're actually uh, working on a new technology that's going to allow us to do so much more with it, and it's probably the reason why you've seen it kind of quiet lately. I know Michael's working on this, and I'm really hoping we get a swing trading one going. Let's take a look at this revenue growth fishing right here and see. That one's probably if I was going to invest maybe in a biotech, I wouldn't mind this one right here if we can get back above the 200 day. Yeah, you're talking way above my head now, Burn. These semantics engines and stuff. I'm just a old red-eyed discretionary trader. Red-eyed in the sense of been staring at screens for too long. Unlike Steve's red eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, AH. Let me look. I did not. Okay. I was told, see, software Holly would tell you when to buy it or sell. Holly does give alerts with stops and uh, targets. Although I want to emphasize, she never tells you what to buy and sell, but she does like have alerts that come with stops and targets. But you're saying anyway for day trader, what should I look for in stock before I buy? Are you saying just in general, or are you talking about the AI still, Holly? AH. If you're talking about Holly, I mean, well, it goes with any stocks that I buy. First of all, I tell people always look at the daily first. Okay, the daily chart is going to give you a better idea of the true picture of what's really going on with that stock, over time. Uh, I know a lot of intraday traders that want to focus on a 5 minute, a 1 minute chart, a 15-minute chart. I guess that's fine if you're micro scalping, but for me, I learned over the years to focus on the daily. What's the daily picture telling you? Hate to keep going back to this JMIA, but when I see a stock basing like that, that's telling me, hey, at this point, buyers are stepping in and defending. They like it. They like this at this price down here. It's getting beaten up. And then, of course, you had the gap yesterday with volume. If you're not looking at this daily chart and seeing what the picture is right here, you might jump in this and get out for a 10-cent winner when in reality it was breaking out of a nice long range and doing it on big volume. There was more reason to hold this trade for much longer. And so once again, I like to focus on the daily when I first see something. And the same thing goes with Holly. If I see something come up in Holly, I use my own judgment and the stuff that I've learned over the years. For example, this one right here, if I see this trigger up here, I'm I'm skeptical. I mean, it's doing huge volume, it's breaking out, it's on a lifetime range. But when I see a stock that has gone from 20, to $26, I'm going to be a little bit hesitant probably. Okay? That's just me. Some people say, no, there's momentum there, and it's true. It looks like it may go to highs right here. So it's really subjective to a lot of it's subjective to each trader. Let's pull up another one for example, and see if we can find anything. Here's another long. Once again, kind of the same. This could get going. It's close to a little area right over here, but look at the resistance. First thing I do is I pull this up and say, wow, it's pretty much right here at this resistance level. I may want to see a little bit more, and plus look at the move it's had from $7 to 10. Now obviously these strategies are back testing, and they back tested well, so in most cases these stocks are going to continue their momentum until they stop. So there's a good chance this may keep going. For me, I'm a little more, I'm looking for a little more of a setup than something that's gapping and going like that. And there you have it. This one's a little bit better, but still, a pretty nice move. Last 3 days. But it looks like it could possibly maybe want to test. There's not a whole lot of resistance. Well, it did run into that this morning. So Uh, but anyway, take a, when you're looking at stuff, any momentum trade, if you're a momentum trader, look at what's happening on the daily. For example, right here, look at this congestion, all this congestion. Okay, it may, make a move here soon. Oh, that's a low floater. I'm gonna leave that alone. Yeah, I'm not gonna steer you wrong there. Okay, this one may have a little steam because it's on an all-time high and doing some good volume. And I'm looking at the daily here. I don't know, a lot of wicks, but this one looks better. It did take out this high right here, so if it can hold that high, maybe this is something I'd give a chance if more volume came in and it kept going higher. But once again, I'm always looking at the daily. All-time high in that one too. Of course, it's a Friday. I don't really like trading a whole lot of momentum on Friday, it seems. I hope that helped you, AH. I mean, look at what's happening on the daily. Today's not a real good example because a lot of the stuff I'm looking at are gapping up, and it's just kind of wonky. But for some whatever reason is just not getting a whole lot of good charts. But see how a lot of these stocks I showed you, they go right to this resistance level and they back off. Now this D-Dog coming through, okay, it's coming through all morning. Look what's happening here. This is one where I would probably be, a little more aggressive, and because you have the volume, you have nice 1 minute, and 5 minute volume. This is probably stronger back over here. You can see it was even stronger when it was breaking out right here. Relative volume, pretty good. Now let's see what's happening over here on the big picture. You have it breaking out of all these wicks and doing it on volume. Okay, this is why if you're not looking at the daily picture, you're not seeing this on all-time highs, breaking out of a range there, and nice volume coming in. This is where I say I like to look at volume and where it is on the daily. It can tell you so much. It can help you so much with your momentum trading. All right, make sure I didn't miss anything here. Yeah. Above Andy's pay grade. Yep. Net worth too. Yeah, right. All right, Mike. See. All right, looks like I'm caught up. Let me just make sure I'm scrolled down here to the bottom. Yep. And JMU looks like it's continuing to pull back. I'm just going to go ahead and set this alert in case it comes back to an area that I think I'd maybe marrying up to the 10-period moving average and a nice level, pivot level right here. Maybe I will take a look if it ever gets there, if I want to re-enter that, because I do love the volume over here in the last couple of days. Could be a major turnaround on the daily. All right, guys, the questions panel is open. I got about 10 more minutes, so you guys fire away any questions that you might have. boy, Swabby. Get up there. Any new features? I'm trying to think. Not. No, we've been doing a lot of troubleshooting. You just getting everything really nice and tight before our next test drive that's coming up next month. I'm trying to think if there's anything that on my dev version here that you don't see. I don't think so. It looks like we've been doing mostly just trying to troubleshoot some of the minor problems. I mean, we're definitely working on things that are going to be coming, in the future. But that's still kind of far off. At probably the first of the year, we're still looking at some gaming stuff. So, yeah, but nothing that jumps out at me right now on my dev version that I'm working on. Do I see a major correction with 3 check marks? I think a lot of that depends. I think a lot of it depends on how the election goes. Obviously, my what I'm doing right now, up until after the election, is I'm quick to take profits. I'm not staying in trades as long as I might have, several months ago. Looking for quick pops. Taking, just taking quick, maybe 2 to 3 5-day moves at the most. Not looking not looking to get married to any direction here for sure in the market. All right. 2222 says on the Brokerage Plus AI with size based on stop loss, could you please add the option but not over the total cash size? Example, $200 stop loss, but don't buy more than 5,000 would be great. Yeah, that's definitely something that's going to come. We're gonna have more customization of some of your order entry stuff when it comes to the AI and also your own strategies. We know we need to add more stuff like that. That would be a nice feature. If you'd do me a favor, if you'd send that, it always looks better when it comes from you guys. Send that to trade-ideas.com, and what we'll do is we'll add that into our feature request collection that we have. Yeah. Just send that to info@trade-ideas.com, and like I said, it's much better when they see it coming from a customer than just me telling them. Let's see how good. Do have a couple of other Holly trades. I only just have Neo up, but a couple of good ones. Looking for a bounce, and it got one right there for sure. What was the other one? Tailwind, ATRC. That was a nice little trade. About 50 cents so far on that one. Yeah, that is a good idea. There definitely needs to be some more customization for you guys in the order stuff, order entry stuff, and the AI and your own strats. SPY is getting a little bit weak. How does HLIT look? That one's one that should have a little more volume. And it does. Looks good. Definitely strong. One that's been beaten up a little bit over. Not too bad. Probably going to have area right here. Okay, this was support, broke it. Now this is probably going to be resistance where it's kind of running into right now. Not major, but not huge volume on this 2-day bounce. Not sure what's going on, but it doesn't look bad. It's probably not something I would enter here. Me personally, I'd probably like to have either caught it early for some reason, or at least had it right through this area right here that it broke out of. To me, it's a little bit of a chase here since it's basically gone from 5 to 650 in a matter of a couple of weeks there. So, but it doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad at all. Zoom out. Look at the big picture here. Yeah, not bad. I don't want to discourage a lot of people. A lot of times I don't know what your time frame is. I mean, if you're looking maybe to jump in something like this as an investment or something, uh, I don't want to discourage somebody from jumping in. And it just keeps going. But just I can only talk from me personally. I don't like when I miss a nice couple of day move like that and chase that second day. Oh, you're welcome, Fred. Sometimes it buys too much on the first trade and there's nothing. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. What you might want to do, I mean, it sounds like to me maybe you can cut that back to $100 stop loss or something like that. Maybe just cut your stop loss less. Uh, that would obviously do less size if you did that. But I hear you. We do need to add a feature like that. Okay, you caught it in a huge red candle. Okay, so maybe you bought it back on this intraday right here. That would be a nice little, not a bad entry at all. Fred. Fred, you too. Have a great weekend, buddy. And got about 2 or 3 more minutes. I'm sure Barry will come in our little Slack here and tell me he's back on. He may be on right now. Let me check. I see it. Uh, no, that's fine. I can hang out here a little bit longer. Thank you, Mike C. You have a great weekend, buddy. Okay, he said he's on now. Okay, he may not have started his stream though yet. He's got to start. Let me know that he started his stream back on our little device that we have to use. But thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. You're welcome, WC. You have a good weekend. Thanks, Bern. Appreciate it, buddy. Enjoy your weekend too. Well, this one looks like it may be trying to bottom. Alert right here. Don't know a whole lot about this company, but it's okay. rocket can't get anything going, that's for sure.
To that window. And the idea is to put a different sound alert to the different windows. So you can use one of them for text to voice, but only one, because otherwise you'll hear the symbol. You won't know which window to look at. So that's the whole idea, putting a different sound alert on the different windows. Okay, well, do you have this window open? Look at Marps. Holy smokes. I don't chase stocks, guys. I do not chase, but boy, I almost thought, well, just take a flyer on this. Actually, a pretty good break right there on that 2-minute chart right there. So you have to have this window open, all right? And this window can be accessed from the toolbar. Click on New. AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window that'll show up. And then you can watch the Holly AI alerts all day long. Incorporate this as part of your layout. So when if you have a layout already up and running, then when you save your layout, just don't close this down. And then it'll be part of your layout. So when you open Trade Ideas Monday morning, you'll see it. Yeah, we're getting some. This solar SOL has been really active. Bit of a down day yesterday, but recovering again today. I'm liking BE. Liking my namesake here. I mean, that's a great run. 22.55. Still over 23. Lots of room. All right, guys, it is now a little after 1, so I'm going to do my video. You want to follow along my video? Okay, guys, so SOL, really starting to rip here. What's the float? 19 million in the float. Okay, so I just want to put the message in. If you want to follow along or subscribe to my videos that I do every day, most every day. All right, so just click on my homepage link. Click on the link right there, Barry's homepage. Click on the link and right there, watch daily market recap videos, okay? And I do the video about an hour later. They get sent out via email. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute in both the rooms. Yeah, Ken, I'll pop in here. I'll just answer your question quickly. No, there isn't. Okay, Ken, there is not. Okay, back on mute, guys. I'm going to do my video. All right, guys, I'm back. What a move by MRPS. I mean, the original alert came at 265, guys, 265, and it just ran almost nonstop up to 562 before it finally pulled back. Man. Let's see, where did the ICD come in? 321? You know what, guys? I got to pay more attention. This is all I used to wait for at the end of the day. These pops. I mean, did they all rip? No. But especially the cheaper ones, the ones under $5, I find, man, I mean, can they ever just do something really insane? So the VCNX, let's see what it can possibly do. Let's see, it's a low float, yep. And it's pulling back. Let's see if it can take out 2 later on. I'm going to put an alert 199 for VCNX. Yeah, I will buy that on Monday. I don't care what. JKS, I'm buying some at 10 o'clock. I don't care. I don't care what's happening in the world. So this is the next one. We're trying to get some little ones just popping here. PRT, another low float situation, 6 million in the float. So 235, what did it get to? Boy, keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, it's trying to get back. I mean, 235. It did hit 246, pulled back, got all the way back down to 219. It may continue. Where can this go? Let's see. It got up to, there's some resistance maybe around 253 on the weekly chart. Too bad. Well, I nominate Chris as a Trader of the Year. The One Stock Trader of the Year. Yeah, right here, PRT, right there. Basic new highs, no repeat, 1230. Right here, basic. Can you not see my screen? Not chart. You're talking about a scan. Okay, can you not see it? Right there. Problem I have with it is that I see on the weekly chart, it looks like there could be some resistance around 250. You see where it got to? Got to 246, but if it can pop through, I mean, if it gets some more volume coming in and it pops through that 250, it might have a shot to get to the 3 level. Kind of like right there. That's why. I've not noticed it. I know what you're saying, and that was a very mysterious flash. But you're right. It has started. It did almost fill it in, almost right to the top. I think this is 90 something, 98. So what did it get to? Got to 83. So very, very close. Okay, there's another strategy. We see a big topping tail like this that looks like it's a big mistake. Price comes right back up, down. Buy it. Might only happen once a week, but oh, we're kind of kidding, Amy. We were kind of kidding. Okay, we're talking about this stock here. Look at that big topping tail. I mean, that was a mistake. I mean, that zipped up and came right back down. I find it hard to believe there was actually selling all the way up. Okay, so there's a huge topping tail on that 5-minute chart right there for ON on the 15 right there. Came right back down. So the premise was, well, maybe it'll start to fill that in later on. Yeah, what's the science behind? None. Zero. Yeah, in this case, maybe not. Maybe not, okay? Because, this was super, super active and, I mean, people are excited, tons and tons of volume. I think in this case, there actually was real buying, okay? And what's happening here is that, those who can short or those who are selling are trying to knock it down. I don't think it's exactly the same, in my opinion. This was like, well, I don't even know what to call it, a flash up, down. I mean, it just happened in a second. A bad print, yeah. I have to make this chart really, really big. So there's a 1 minute. Yeah, so you can see there's no real trading on the way up here. All right, guys, listen, VCNX it might be getting ready. There's a huge bottoming tail, I mean, this is legit. Sellers and buyers are taking it up though. VCNX, low float, 653. Look at the room. Let's see, looking left on that daily chart. Next high is about 227, I think, or maybe that's a high right there. There's a high at $2 right there. I mean, if it takes out that 2, it might stall here, but boy, I mean, if it ever really, really gets going, look at the room that VCNX has. Not from me. I'm just not that sort of a trader. And look at this environment. I mean, you've got the election coming up. Who knows what's going to happen there? You pick the right one for 3 months, absolutely. I mean, you're going to see stocks that have just been going up and up and up. Well, especially, the tech stocks. But, to try to predict what's going to happen over the next 3 months, it's not me, that's for sure. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you have to like doing this sort of thing. If you don't have the stomach for it, or you don't have the patience, or you don't want to sit in front of a screen all day, and I get that. But you have to kind of like. I mean, the adrenaline rush for getting into some of these things when they work is unbelievable. But it's not for everybody. Are you talking to me? Do I scalp? How do you, if you're talking to me, how do you define a scalp? I mean, people who swing trade think that anybody who intraday trades is scalping. Well, not on purpose. Not on purpose. I'm not looking to get in. The only true scalper in this room that I know is William, where he'll take 3, 4, 5 cents. I'm not. I'm not. I never take a trade like on the outset, thinking that's what I want to do. Never. I mean, does it happen because I don't like the way something is trading, or sure, but it's not by design. If you're going to try to make money doing that, you have to take a lot of shares. Boy, look how delicious this one looks. Yeah, exactly, real. When he says get out, then that's get in. There's usually more. Look how this one looks on the monthly chart, VCNX. ICD on the move again, guys. ICD on the move again after the probably pulled back. Yeah, I had that pullback, and now it's on the move again. ICD, independent, and it's another low float. All right, guys. VCNX getting pretty interesting. Longer it holds over 2. Volume is still high. But ICD looks like it's the one. Oh, man. Another one, guys, IMGN. I mean, it's extended, unfortunately, but IMGN popping in here, taking out the highs of a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago. Ah, look at this SPAC on the move here. It's DPHC. Look at this. Look at the volume coming into this one. Okay, even Workhorse is getting into the action here. WKHS. This has been a decent alert from the AI NIU. I mean, it's taken a long time. It's been chopping around, but there it is, 25.84, 26.35. Interesting to see where it'll end up today. It's an all-time high, NIU, all-time high. All right, next on the parade, BSMX. BSMX just showed up here. Now this is actually, okay, this has some room to about 430. I'm not saying it's going to get there, just looking at that weekly chart. Okay, guys, VCNX on the move now. I'm just trying to fiddle around with something on in the YouTube feed, guys. Sorry. All right, guys, listen, I'm just going to take a look at some emails. So I'm going to put myself on mute. I am here. Have any questions? Fire away. All right, guys. Yeah, VCNX is off and running. And there's the Imagine. I have to start paying more attention to this. So this used to be my bread and butter right here. This little window right here. What would happen is, I would start afresh from 12:30 so that all the previous ones, remember now this is the no repeat. So if something was still moving, I would see it again here, only once. And these were stocks that were maybe had just been resting. My new highs, no repeat, 12:30. Used to be absolute, and then I got a little more interested in shorting tops and things like this. But there was a time I'd say for oh man, a couple of months where I could have lived off this window. And a lot of times it would look like a chase though. That's the thing. The basic new highs, no repeat, 12 at 12:30, starting at 12:30. If you have my basic new highs, no repeat, if you have it loaded, all you have to do is just duplicate it. Just duplicate it and put the time of day at. Well, here it is. In fact, I won't. I'll be nice. I'll actually share it. But so you can get the really quick pops in here. I think my max is $10. I think $10. Yeah. Actually, 1 in 20. Interesting. I thought I put 10. You don't seem to get too many over $10 to be honest. So in this one. The layout is not, but the individual windows are. Okay. All you have to do is go to the room drive icon and then just click on scans that I share and download. All those scans, everything I'm sharing, way more than what you see here. We'll go to a Word document, and then you can just copy the ones that you want and load them. So what you see on my screen, these three, these are not shared. These are actually from my window, from my watch list, new channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. That's how you access those. But I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Oops. Well, I'll just show you like right here. Where is the scans tab? Right there. So here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Now I don't have all those scans up and running, okay, and nobody should. It's just that I've got a lot of scans that I've used and developed over the come on over the many years, and so every now and then I'll take a look at something that I don't have up and running now. And check it out to see if it looks interesting. And I may say, hey, you know what? I'm going to resurrect it. I don't think it's up against the 200-day. Well, maybe on another time frame. Okay, it might be another time frame. Not the 200-day. Where it's up against is that high right there. 222, that high right there. I mean, I don't know, is this a virus play? I mean, it sounds like, vaccine mix, but is it a virus play? A lot of times it's dictated by what I see on, well, not a lot of times, virtually all the times it's dictated what I see in the daily, weekly, monthly chart. I mean, look at this one. Look how much room it's got. It doesn't mean, I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but you don't have to worry so much about chart resistance. So that's the first thing I look at. because everything that I'm alerted to is making a new high for the day. So, that's all well and good, but what could it do possibly going forward? The only way you can tell, or we're looking at these longer term time frames, checking the 200-day, making sure that's not looming above it. So, but you can do that really, you can size these things up pretty quickly. That's why I have these charts here, so I can immediately see. The other thing is, to look at the volume too. So, and the float. I mean, a lot of these are going to be fairly low float. So, I mean, they'll be super active. So 6.5 million in the float. It's trading 4.5 times normal. See, this is one I wouldn't chase. I'd love to be in it here, but I won't chase it now. I'm talking WKHS. It has become shortable again. I think for a little while this was not today, but in the past this was not shortable for me. Or hard to borrow, I'll call it. Well, if you have the single stock window up, I mean, you'll always see the relative volume, or you could add it as a column, just add it as a column. So when you, I guess actually, okay, if you're talking about typing something into a chart, have the single stock window up. The relative volume is always there. Right below the volume, you see the relative volume. So, I mean, that's why this is such a great little window. It's got all sorts of information. And of course, you can customize it. I mean, these are just filters, just normal run-of-the-mill filters that you can add. And so, I mean, this is the way I like to see things. I mean, somebody else might have a completely different idea. Mr. Wright, I just got in from work. All right, well, you're another hour and 10 minutes of me, maybe. Ugh, did it ever turn into a nice short? Yeah, that's that classic right here. This one right there, the little one right there. Yeah, right there, right there. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I have no idea. In this case, it's kind of a small stock, but I mean sometimes just in general, when you see something like that, it could be like a cross. Some big investor wants to get out, and instead of destroying the stock price, the company arranges some kind of a cross, so somebody takes the shares off his or her hands. I'm not saying that happened here. Yeah, so this just got halted. VVPR just got halted on the way down. Wow, $24. Oh. Sure, most people thought, okay, it's over. It's all over. It's all over. $10. Well, you can't see it on a chart. It's on the single stock window. You don't see it on the chart. You have to have a. I mean, if you're typing in a symbol on a chart, so you want to see Macy's as an example, Now, you don't see any of that, but I have my single stock window open all the time, and there it is, 80.82 as an example. So you don't see it on a single chart. But the single stock window is here, new, single stock window. You don't have to have it this big. I mean, if you have screen space, if that's an issue, if that's really all you wanted to see, the price and the volume and the relative volume, you could just shrink it all the way down, like that. You don't have to configure it. It's automatic. Relative volume is automatic. There's nothing to configure. Well, more than likely, I'm answering somebody in YouTube. More than likely, if it's not outside of market hours, is because if you right-click on your top list window and click on time frame, you have to have live always checked. My guess is that you've got live during market hours checked, and that's when it'll stop. Okay, live during market hours, it'll stop at 4 o'clock. But if you have live always, it'll show you from when we start getting data at about 7 in the morning till, say, 7 at night, Eastern time. All right. And absolutely 100% sure, for sure, you're getting data during the day. Okay, why don't you do this for me? Just pop in the one more thing to check. Right click on the sort. Okay, so I'm sorry, so I'll do this again. Right click, configure, and click on sort. And what is it sorted on? Is it sorted on relative volume? Because if it's sorted on, if the server sorter is on relative volume, it won't work pre-market or after hours. Otherwise, if you can pop the cloud link in here, then I'll take a look at it. Okay, why don't you pop the cloud link in here, and you know how to do that? Just right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, and then Control V, paste it in. Then I'll take a look at it. What link are you talking about? These are not linkable. These are, when you say you only see it, what more do you want to see? I mean, this is the window you want. That's it. In my opinion, that's it. Just Nothing. I don't check anything off. None. All strategies, none. I want to see them all day long, whether they've been traded out, stopped out. I use it as a watch list all day long. No, today's not a good example, obviously, but so I have no filters on. So like none. I have everything. Everything's all. I want to see all the trades all day long. That's me. I mean, others might just want to see the open trades. But again, I use it more like a watch list, following what happened all day long. No filter. There is no filter. There is no filter. I don't understand what you mean exactly. I mean, see filter, none. None. Oh, okay. I guess that's my filter. Okay, sorry. So it's amazing. I mean, look where it stalled. Basically, right almost to the penny. Right there. I mean, what was the high? 220. And what's the high right there? 222. Now, if it comes back a little bit later and it pops through 222, then the next high looking left is 254. That certainly far enough away. How does halting impact your trading? Not at all. What do you mean? You mean in a specific stock? If I'm not in it before it halts, then I mean, it's more for entertainment purposes almost. Okay, but I mean, like a V. This is just for information more than anything. It's not that I want to trade the stock. Listen, if VVPR somehow got back to this level here and popped, maybe I'd get in it. But this is not a matter of, okay, when it comes from out of the halt, this is what I'm going to do. It's really not like that. If you're fortunate enough to be in a stock before it halts on the way up the first time, yeah, it's great. But if you're asking me, okay, when it comes out of the halt, am I going to take the trade? No. I mean, especially if it's popped. Now, if it popped a little bit after the halt and then came back down a little bit and based a while, so this is, I may not have seen the stock unless I got the halt alert, but now it becomes something of interest to me, maybe to follow for a while. But it's not like I take the trade when it comes out of the halt. Yeah, no, I'm assuming. I assume he knew that. Yeah, you can't take the trade while it's in the halt. You have to wait for it to come out. Well, guys, it is now 2 o'clock on a long day, a long week, interesting week as always. So certainly, ask me questions, keep me interested. Okay, and you're not doing it correctly. All right, I think what you're trying to do a collaboration link. Okay? Because the links are not that long. Right click, don't go collaborate, go save or share to cloud. You know, and I do that, and I can paste it in right here. Okay, you see right below? I mean, there it is. I think you might be trying to do a collaboration link, which is, yeah, really, really long. Oh yeah, I'll have red days, of course. Oh yeah, sorry, real. Yeah, try to keep all that off topic. So these are general questions. Just keep them off topic, please. Stocks only, just for specific stocks. Okay. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I said I was glad I didn't. Yeah, no shorts available. No, never did. I did not get it. Did you Control V, paste it in? Can you come to the other room? I mean, for sure you can. If you come to the other room, I know you'll be able to paste it in there. You know, just come to the other. You've been in there, I think, right? I don't see it. I mean, if you can see my screen, this is what we're talking about. So there's the link I posted. I don't see your link here anywhere. Oh, I understand, but this person does know what they're doing. But for some reason, that's why I don't like sharing links and things like that in that YouTube feed is not great. That's why I way prefer if people come into the trading room, this trading room here. It's way easier. Actually, I'm wondering why we even have the collab. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I wish we could. Yeah, no, the only reason to have that collaborate is if you are wanting to turn a top list window into an alert window or vice versa. Yeah, that's the only reason. Wonder why it ripped today. Let's take a look. You probably have checked to see if there's news. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason why, but boy, I mean, like a lot of these, you know, I don't know exactly what these, I mean, I know it says sports in the name. Let's see. It's just sporting goods, so how about Yeah, that's thank you. Oh, I'm tired. I can tell. DKS, yeah, it's sort of. Did DKS do anything? No. Zero, Amy. Zero do I do that. I never guess ahead of earnings. You can tell me that you've got inside knowledge from the CEO directly that they're, 1,000,000% revenue growth. You can tell me all of that. I won't do it. PPSI. Well, I haven't seen too much activity out of the EVs today. Most of the EVs, other than the new one, VVPR. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, are you talking about because it's bouncing here? Yeah, I mean, it's doing, but it's just the sector. I mean, it's just not it's not that in favor right today. Next week, who knows? I mean, we may get all these moves again in the entire sector. But today and the last 2 days, there's a pause. Well, other than up big yesterday, reversing today. Down big yesterday, reversing today. I mean, I've tried to name them so they kind of basic new highs and lows, basic, without a lot of different filters. Earnings up, earnings down, bouncers, toppers, momentum down, momentum up. So I've tried to name them so they kind of make sense. Other than that, no. Ness, well, welcome. You're, oh, absolutely, absolutely. This is my all my go-to is right what you see. Okay, so this is an IPO. So are you asking why it's down? It's an IPO, right? Isn't it? I mean, it just looks like it started to trade today. Yeah. Or maybe it's not an IPO. It's symbol change. Yeah. So, well, I see the news. VNT is due to start trading today after the completion of a separation from Fortive Corporation, FTV. That's the news. Yeah, I mean, every now and then what I'll do is if I get sometimes I get bored of a scan that I've been using for a long time, and I'll just bring one back just to see how it's working that I had in the past. The options play. I mean, I used to say that was my go-to scan for probably a couple of years. Chance what I'll do even next week. I might even just bring it back. You won't see it. It'll be on another monitor, and I'll just check to see what sort of alerts I'm getting. I'm just finding that the basic new highs and lows. I mean, it's called basic for a reason, but it's really simple. But it seems to give me enough ideas, without overwhelming me. And but there'll be time. There will be. In fact, I didn't have this one for a long time. I probably I I probably resurrected this. I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. Incorporated part of my layout, but I didn't have it for probably 2 or 3 years. Yeah, that's not me, Drora. In terms of option and stock price, I'm not an option player. So somebody else who may be way more experienced in options might want to. Drora's answering what is the relationship between options and the stock price and how to anticipate the price. You know, I mean, there's all sorts of things that go into it. Of course, the time remaining on the option, the strike price. You know, all sort. I just don't trade options, so I'm the wrong person. So the options play magic scan. I mean, it is just zeroing in on stocks that are having abnormal option days. Okay, in terms of the number of contracts. So it's just another way of looking at momentum. You know, but I've got this in the single stock window, for instance. Yeah, so I mean, you have to take some things with a grain of. Okay, wait a minute. Let me find another one. Some of these small ones don't trade a lot of options. Okay, well, this isn't bad. So here's, for instance, Rene Solar, right? SOL. So its option volume today is 673%. That means that and it's traded 2,700 contracts a day, a combination of puts and calls. That represents basically a 6.7 times the norm over the last 10 days. So I mean, you could use just this to show you stocks that are trading abnormally, coupled with relative volume and all that. You know, it's just a. Oh, you put the link in? Okay. I don't see it. I don't see the link. Oh, you gained? Okay, okay, I see it now. It's right on now. It just showed up now. Okay. Well, let's take a look. It's just a one scan, right? It's not a layout. One scan, okay. Well, eager to see. Do you have a symbol list in here? Okay, now you're. Well, first of all, you've got it on historical data, number one. But I don't even know what this is. So the average true range is at least 2. But you do have the relative volume. You are sorting by relative volume. Remember I asked you if you were sorting by if the servers if you were sorting by relative volume. Okay, remember I asked you that? You said you weren't. But let me just check one more thing. I've not seen anything that looks kind of like this. Ah, there we go. So live always. And I took it off. So you should start getting some data at the end. But let me see in the configure. So now, average true range, you're also, if that's your filter, average true range won't work in the post-market. Okay, it's only looking at the day, I believe. So That's probably another reason. There's a lot of stuff in here. Yeah, I mean, historical though, of course, time frame. Okay, use historical date. Um, I never ever use historical with top list. I just don't find it's useful. But I mean, I'm not going to say shouldn't do it, but all right. So I just ran the historical. I just went back to 211 right there, 211. So there's my data. Yeah, but you've got one of the filters is the average true range, which doesn't start until the market opens. Okay, your only filter here is the average true range, right? Which will not stop, which will not start calculating until it opens. So take that out. I would just take that out. What is it? It's just my symbol list. I just named it Best WL. That's all. Best Watchlist. Okay, it's just the name I gave it. I could have given it XWPZ. Okay, I just named it the Best WL. Exactly. Well, that's my secret sauce. Okay, I create the watch list for you guys and myself by doing lots of scans after hours. Okay, so the stocks that make up that watch list. I should, I probably should explain this again. When I say my watch list, I mean I could give you a watch list. My watch list right now is I don't know how many stocks. Let's say there are 30 stocks in it. But that's not the point. The point of the watch list is to have, okay, I have 30 stocks that I want to watch. Which one's triggered from it? That's the key. Triggering, meaning these are the filters that had to be met for them to be extracted from the watch list. Okay? So, of the 30 stocks today, not all of them met those filter requirements. Great gain. Well, I'm glad that we solved it. It means my watch list changes every day. Yes, that's the work I do every night. There will be some carryovers. I'll go over every single symbol, like Kirk, for example. Okay, Kirk is in the watch list. Why? But it's not triggering because the relative volume is 0.38. My filter here is at least 1. So even though Kirk is looking, pretty nice, I mean, it's sort of driving me crazy because look at the move it's making. But that's just the way it is. It did break out over yesterday's high, which is 1043. The overall volume is good, but the relative volume is just not. It's not going to trigger here. But Kirk will probably make the watch list again for Monday. And who knows, maybe by Monday we'll get great relative volume and it'll actually trigger in this watch list up here. And also on the short side, of course. haven't really been paying too much attention to the short side because, the market's up. Somebody asked about VSLR. I don't know what's happening with this one. Obviously, it's been halted since '07. It's either gone through a name change or a spin-off or something like that. Run merger. Thank you, Dreamer. So, oh, that's right. I remember that now. A while back. So that's when the merger was completed. So David Bernier, if you're still in the room, in the YouTube room, that's the reason. Merged with Run. Well, I could have short, but I'd rather in my watch list I have. I don't want to call it a big rule, but if the market is moving higher, I'm not as interested in shorting these. Where I'm more interested is trying to find tops to short stocks that look. So my shorting now has really changed a lot. Instead of shorting stocks that are just being crushed over the course of the day, doesn't mean I won't, but my shorting strategy is more changed and trying to short tops, stocks that are really moving higher, and finally trying to find that high and then shorting them. So when Real says when pop, and hopefully maybe getting a little cross of that 8 EMA and the 20 cross of the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. But that's just me. Well, you could, yeah, absolutely. I mean, in fact, on days, you're absolutely right. On days where the market's up, yeah, you could play. You could, I could focus on trying to play bounces on them. Obviously 1389. What did it get up to? 1439. This one is just atrocious. I mean, it did bounce, but I thought that press release was just so kind of scammy. SPWR. I mean, you're right. I mean, every one of these actually probably, except for this one, would have been a nice little bounce. Not necessarily right at the time, though. You would have had to have been watching it for a while to get the bounce. So what it's just that I'm sort of tugged in a bunch of directions. What I can do a lot of times is just put a price alert here. So if it does move down a little bit, but put a price alert at the alert price, and then seeing if it bounces off that price. In these three cases, of course, it would have worked really well. Yeah, kind of not a great IPO at ASAN. A lot of big names behind it, I believe. Remember when that came out? But so far, just not really performing. So when I look at IMGN, it looks interesting. Only issue is, I mean, look how choppy this weekly chart is. Now, listen, it may just pile right through. There's 482 as a high and 494, but it's not that far away right now. And I just look at this as something that it could have difficulty getting through all of this. So when somebody asked, well, how do I determine which one I'm going to take? I probably just shy away from this one. And if it starts to rip and goes through 5, well, so be it. All right, guys. So VCNX is on the move again, taking this out. So this could, come on, load the chart. Here we go. So this could start to move. I mean, it's 222. That's the magic. Was the magic number. So it is through that. The next magic number is 254. Real takeover. Here's the mic. It's a low float, 6.5 million in the float. And also, though, the other thing I look for is the volume. So you look at that volume bar that's coming in right here on that 5-minute chart, the 2-minute chart. It's not how much. It's in relation to what happened, over the previous ones. I mean, this is the biggest volume bar right now. I mean, of the day, and that's a 5-minute. It has a minute to close. So there's interest. There's enthusiasm. Uh, 23,000. You're missing a decimal point, I think. But still, not that many. At least that's what my eyes see. 23.3. Oh, really? Okay. On IB it says 23,000. Oh, on your platform, of course. I mean, you're not IB. Yeah, 22,500. So there are some shorts starting to pile into it. Not pile, but I mean, there are some short positions being taken now. Okay, so far a bit of a fake out. So I'm sticking alert. I may take this one again at 227-ish if it gets back up here. No, I do. See how well it holds at 222. Well, of course, I have no way of knowing if it will, but you took it at $10.05? When? Oh, last Friday. Oh, wow. I've never swung a short. Well, yeah, I have no idea, Amy. I see right here. Just looks like it's trying to stabilize in this area here. That was a nice earnings play, as I remember. October 1st, yeah, that was a nice earnings play. Okay, this one is showing up again. OPTT, of course, a couple of days ago, all the way up here, had a tremendous 3-day run before it pulled back, and then yesterday, big pullback, resurrecting itself a bit. Well, again, Amy, do you have a stop? Where will you get out of this trade if it keeps working against you? Where is your stop? Okay, so you're not that far away. Okay. Well, as long as you have a stop that gets you out, and it's a met, and you manage. So you were planning to lose $1.20 a share times the number of shares at most. I know you weren't planning to lose anything, but I mean, you have to always plan for what happens if it goes against you. Not just you. I'm not just talking to you. Well, Intelia on the move here. NTLA on the move here. Okay, and NTLA, interesting. I'm done trading, guys, but that would be kind of an interesting looking potential short, NTLA, depending what it does right here. Yeah, Tailwind, as I remembered, I don't pay too much attention to the individual to the strategy names at all, but I have a feeling. I mean, it's something that probably was dropping, and then it's got a tailwind, okay, and it's moving higher. If you want a description, a little description of everything, if you info at there's a PDF, I think, that has a description of all the strategies. Info at trade-ideas.com. I mean, some of them, I mean, I know Mighty Mouse as an example. Okay, well, let me take a look at ATRC. I think I'm right. Yeah, so it looked like, it was catching a tailwind. Imagine, okay. Mighty Mouse, I know, looks for stocks under $5. Looking for the bounce, sounds obvious. Looking for a bounce. Breakout, something that's kind of maybe consolidating a bit and breaking out long. Pullback, pull back. And now, so we're playing a pullback play. Most of these, I think, selling strength. These are stocks that typically will be near highs, maybe, and looking at maybe topping out situations. Breakdown short, just the difference between the breakout long and the pullback short. So these, some of them are, tailwind is the only one, I guess. Well, don't think about me. No, tailwind is a long, it's a long strategy. It's a long strategy. Doesn't mean you can't short it at some point, but I mean, it's a long strategy. That's why the L's are there. Do I? No, Paul, not really. Probably more of a loss situation. Yeah, I mean, if I'm down a certain amount, I'll probably just pack it in. All right, BE. Boy, it's been a choppy one, but it is still alive. But I don't put a profit target on. No, I mean, I don't, and that's just me. I mean, I don't know, a lot of people say, well, if I make $500 today, that's it. I'm shutting it off. I don't want to jeopardize anything, and that's fine. Whatever that number might be. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to put my announcement in here, shutting this room down at 3 o'clock. Hey, no problem. That's why I'm here. For all the questions that you ask, there could be 30 other people saying, yeah, I'd like to know that too. So most people are shy, they don't want to ask questions. They don't want to think, oh my gosh, I can't ask that question. That's so dumb. Please, I mean, there's no such thing as dumb questions. We all started out as traders at one point, brand new. Yeah, that's a huge topping tail for AGE. Yeah, that I can't stand. I cannot explain differences in VWAP between different charting programs. I mean, the VWAP number should be exactly the same virtually in every charting program. Okay, because the VWAP is the VWAP. No, I don't have a. No, I'm not a licensed broker. I'm not licensed. I've been in the market. I always say that my last real job was, I think, 1998. I've had trade ideas since 2010. That kind of turned it around for me. But well, maybe, but even real, even the volume weighted average price. I mean that and we've checked this many different trading platforms. Always seems to be very very close. I mean, I'm not saying somebody might say, I have 220 here. Maybe somebody has 218. Maybe somebody has 221. But I mean, you're not going to see like $1.80 in 220. Okay. Nice one, Viper. You know what? I'm really interested in this one. Maybe I mean, I'll be trading a little bit on my own. Maybe if this takes this out again, this could have another kind of a late day run. It might stall here at 250, but if it ever took that out, look out for a VC. Good chuckle for the end of the week. Thank you, Goods. Well, you made me look. Why not? How can you trade this? Look at this 2-minute chart. All right, I did not know that. I'm just used to the VWAP being the VWAP, and that's it. So now we're not talking about the anchored VWAP, okay? We have the anchored VWAP, which I don't really want to get into. I've never used it, but we do have the anchored VWAP, which you can anchor various points of the day. But this VWAP to me, that's the only one I ever pay attention to. Are you are you trying to torment me, Ram? Or you weren't in the room earlier? What do I think about it? Well, I mean, look, it's actually not too bad. I mean, it's bouncing, and actually, right there is a cross, 15-minute cross right there on the 15-minute chart at 442. I thought you were tormenting me. I was all set to take a short on this one, right about here, and then it just zoomed down. I just got distracted for a second. I think I pasted a link into the room, and when I got back, all it was about 3 seconds. 3 seconds distraction, and then look what it did. But it is coming back a little bit. There is a cross. I mean, I suppose. And the cross is at 442, so no, I won't short it now. There's no, I mean, listen, it might drop, but I mean, there's the cross. So I mean, so in theory, this is starting to be turn into at least for the time being a bit of a long play. There's that ADMA crossing the 20 SMA right at 442. Oh man, what a 15-minute candle that was. I don't really think there's a time period, Patricia, on the demo. The demo is, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it gives you a taste, no charts, 15-minute delayed, so it gives you a little taste, I suppose, on what you can do with trade ideas. But I don't think there's really a time limit. Okay, the anchored VWAP. So I think it. Is this how it works? Nah, we got a new chart. I have to admit, we made a bit of a fuss about it early on, but I've never used it, so I don't know. Let me just get rid of all these indicators. Don't know how to remove on this. I'm on a development version. Anyway, I'll try it here. So if I click and then I move here and here, no. Yeah, okay, so I guess I have drawn it. I guess it just shows sort of a support resistance line. Okay, so wherever you start. Let me change. So wherever I start, it's going to draw some kind of a line that's going to show me some kind of support resistance. I can't tell. Well, there it is, anchored VWAP. Okay. So it will just draw a support and resistance line. If you really want to know, because I'm not the person, can really explain it in detail, just do a Google search on anchored VWAP, and I'm sure there'll be a much clearer. I mean, I know how to draw it, and it'll be a line, and it'll act like a support and resistance line. Well, it depends on how you're trading, Patricia. I mean, obviously, if you were looking to intraday trade, I mean, you need real-time data. I mean, if that's all I can say. If you're not looking to intraday trade, I'm not sure. I've never even thought of the demo as something that you could use for swing trading, and you'd have to have another charting program then, because you won't have our charts. Several stocks noted in the morning took off until about 11 in the morning. Give me an example. I mean, understand that we do some pre-market work, and so we're tracking stocks that are really active in the pre-market. So the market opens at 9:30. Do they all keep motoring? No, but a lot of them will. Yeah, GE was or JE. Yes. Yeah, you can see. So look at JE. So that move area here is after hours yesterday. So the move was actually starting after hours. The tan area. And so remember now, here is where it closed. It closed at about 562. So I had a nice run, and then in the morning, because I wasn't paying attention to after hours, so I wake up this morning and I see this. So it's a big pop. Remember it closed at 562 and the stock's up at 7 odd. And then when it opened, yeah, it just do they all do this? Of course not. But then this one did. But usually predicated on the fact that it was already active in the pre-market. You will get the odd stock that is not active in the pre-market, it didn't do anything and just takes off. I shouldn't say the odd stock. You will get stocks like that. But typically for a stock to do something like this, it means there's a lot of enthusiasm. And that enthusiasm is usually built in the pre-market. No, I don't think there's any news. These little energy stocks were really moving. This did a 1 for 33 reverse split a couple of weeks ago, and it just got hammered after the reverse split. So even though this looks like, 644, it is 644, but if you had looked at that stock 2 weeks ago, price, that price was 19 cents. Okay, that was a 19-cent stock. So they did a 1 for 33 reverse split. And in fact, it probably right around here it did it. No, I'm wrong. But when they did the reverse split, I think it opened around 9 and it just, it's just been falling. You have to get this daily chart. You can see, I think this is the day it did the reverse split. And it just fell. So this gives a better idea of what happened after that reverse split. Or it surges on. So I didn't see that news. I don't see that news at all. Yeah, it's funny, I don't see that news at all. No, okay, right there. Okay, well there is some news. Okay, 23% after 28.9% from PIMCO. Okay, I didn't see that news this morning. Interesting. All right, guys, it is now 2:57. Are there any other questions? We wrap this week up. All right, I don't see anything. Okay, guys, well, thanks a lot for a great week. Thanks for all the help. I will open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock. If you're Canadian, happy Thanksgiving. I'm Canadian, but I'll be in the room. So happy Thanksgiving. Otherwise, we'll see everybody else. If you're taking it off, if you're taking the holiday as a Canadian, that's great. Otherwise, we'll see everybody else at 9 o'clock Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye. You too, Michelle.